Here's the thing, Gene's been so calm and collected, you're not getting to him. Gene can keep his composure.
6 feet! 6 feet! What the fuck? Curvature is the answer!
Gene can keep his composure.
I don't know how to use the internet! Help!
I don't even know how much the earth curves.
Help! Curvature! Curvature! What the fuck? 6 feet is the answer!
So calm and collected. You're not getting to him.
What the fuck? The calculators are broken, bro.
I want you to understand my MO, my stance, my position. I'm a bigot. I'm anti-Semite. I am manipulated trash.
Curvature!
Grown men. Woo.
Whoa, was that echoey or was that just me? One day I'm going to figure this out. 6 feet. Love Gene. Love to hate Gene. Ba-ba-ba. Yes. Yes. Welcome. 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 I feel like I haven't been on in forevers. It really wasn't that long ago. What was it? Jaren interview? Was that last week? Seemed like a long week. Oh, man. God, if you haven't seen this. Nathan versus Will Duffy. Now, let's see. I'll let everybody pile in here a second. Let's see what we got. So, TikTok Globe crew in the house. So there's Cobra. Johnny, yes. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we got, last week I interviewed Jaren on TikTok. If you haven't seen that, you can go see that on YouTube. The last video posted. But the point is, Nathan showed up at one point. God, I don't know. So I had this conversation with Toon the other day. I like to look at what's going on my screen, but he's so good at looking right at that. How do you look at that camera? I can't look at the camera. I can't see what's going on. But now I'm talking right to you. Eye to eye contact. But I can't do it. I gotta look up. Deal with it. Nathan jumped in the live and was like, oh yeah, I'm debating Will Duffy, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, he sent me what he's going to talk about already. 6 out of the 7 things are the sky. And as soon as he said that, I knew exactly he was just going to hand wave away all those 6 things because we don't look up to measure the ground. What a derp. What a derp. By the way, fisting the members is full. 25 members fisted here. So they are there in immortality. I don't know if Chardoc's in the chat. Made the last cut. So, I'm big. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, Nathan, yeah. So we knew he was just going to hand wave everything. Did I see Flat Zoid review Rising Earther video? No, I did not see that. Is that another good one? I'm still waiting on Flat Zoid to get back to me. He was checking his schedule for his debate with me. So I'm waiting to see what his schedule is, how it opens up. Yeah, so I think this debate, so I talked to Will Duffy shortly after that. And I was like, oh, by the way, I saw Nathan on my live. Will said he was watching my live with Jaron. I said, "Oh, did you make it to the part yet when Nathan shows up?" And he goes, "Oh, not yet, not yet." And I go, "Well, he tips his hand on how he's gonna approach his debate with you. I'll just let you figure it out, find out when you get there." So yeah, I mean, he's just not that that's a surprising or anything, but he's just can't look up to see to measure the ground, right? So, which is always funny to me because flat earthers used to always say you have to look up to prove the Earth because Polaris is in the center and all the stars circle around it, and that just proves flat Earth. It's stationary. If the Earth was a globe, the stars would be changing every night. We'd be zooming past us, right? That whole thing. That kind of stopped. Some still say that, right? But it kind of died down a lot because they know they can't get away with it anymore because now their talking point is you can't look up to measure the ground. Which is a straw man anyway. I mean, no one said anything looking up is measuring the ground. But it's an observable reality, right? If you physically live on a globe that's moving, you could predict what you would assume the sky to do based on geometry and physics. Just the motion of you on the sphere, right? Right? You can make that prediction. Same thing with flat Earth. You can make that prediction and then see which one it matches. So yeah, Nathan towards the end of that, he did nothing. Yeah, Nathan didn't do anything to prepare. Nothing, absolutely nothing to prepare, which is typical Nathan. He thought he was going to come in there and just steamroll Duffy. Just steamroll him. I wonder if Duffy had to pay him. I wanted to ask him that. Nathan said he wouldn't debate me unless I paid him. Good night, good and bad, folks. Oh, you going to bed? Come on. This is going to be fun. It is a bit long, so I'm going to get into it quick here. Jacob, yes, you caught the beginning, 9:30. We just started. Welcome. All right. We got a bunch of people, so let's get into it. Anybody? We're gonna go weird tonight. We're gonna go. Let's see how this works out. I'm going to try to implement my own TikTok thingy here, style. Let's see. I'm just going to throw this. I'm just going to throw this Skype right in the chatter here. Anybody feels so inclined to come up and wants to chat about this while we do it, feel free. Don't feel bad if I kick you out or mute you if you're terrible. Or if you're just an a-hole. But, yeah. Oh. Johnny Dopp with the super chat. Please count how many times he contradicts himself. We will keep a counter up for the contradictions. We should. So I need a pen and paper. Yeah, the only people Nathan steamroll are bus drivers. Trying flagging them down so he can harass children. Oh, man. All right, I'm going to kick this in. I'm going to leave the Skype up over here in case anybody wants to ding-dong their way in. Bada bing. I'm going to throw this up in my Discord, too. All right. Yeah, counterdiction. Oh shit, I get it. I'm gonna be doing counterdiction. Wow. All right, that's deep. So what we got here? Let's shrink this. Let's put this open. Let's watch, you want to watch Modern Day Debates feed? Or Will Duffy's feed? Let's watch Modern Day Debates feed and see if we get any funnier chats. The chats might be funnier.
Works.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Again, people aren't hearing me. If you believe that that light took however long it would take to
live chat not available? That's sad. Why don't they have the live chat available for their streams? I hear rustling.
Hello?
Hello, you rang me?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Just a quick question, hold on.
What was that? What was that? Who just hopped in there on a phone call? You click a link. You click a link and then you go to a Skype, but you're on the phone. All right. Well, can I make this so it's like when they come in, it's like a waiting room until I let them in? That would be nice. I don't know if I can do that in Skype. All right. Problem for another day. Will had audio issues. Not sure if it fixed in post. I didn't hear audio issues. Maybe that's why the live chat is not available. Maybe they knew better than to put it up. It was going crazy. All right, let's start this off. See, Nathan, nobody can hear Nathan, which was perfect. He was just on his cell phone or whatever he was on.
Flat Earth. And therefore, TFE has ended Flat Earth. And it will be Nathan's role to argue that TFE's experiments and observations are possible on a flat stationary plane, and that Flat Earth has survived. Now, if Nathan goes off topic and talks about the globe, I will hold up this globe to remind the audience that he is no longer debating the topic that we agreed to ahead of time. And I will bring the debate back to our agreed upon topic and refuse to allow him to deflect in this manner. If Nathan decides to keep evading our mutually agreed upon topic, that should send a very clear message to everyone watching that he is unable to reconcile TFE's observations and data with a flat Earth. When I created the final experiment, I set out to end the debate over the shape of the Earth. And I believe TFE has been incredibly successful in this regard. As evidence of this, there is currently a major exodus out of Flat Earth. Starting with Amarel from Canada, who was one of the first Patreon supporters of Eric Dubé. He saw the writing on the wall when Eric Dubé did not share his excitement about TFE going to Antarctica.
I really like this segment, by the way. I didn't listen to this whole debate, but I skimmed through it. I didn't know there were that many flat earthers that changed their mind that he's been aware of. I mean, obviously he would know more than anybody. I'm sure he got the notifications from people direct, but I find that interesting, very interesting. I didn't know who most of these people were, but one of Eric Dubé's first followers. Is that true? That's crazy.
Eric Dubé said for years that there is never a 24-hour sun at any time in Antarctica. Dubé also correctly asserted that the heliocentric globe model must have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yet Eric Dubé did not think it was a good idea to travel to Antarctica to see which side was correct. And he even turned down an offer to have his trip to Antarctica paid for by a glober named Mark Harmon. Next is Jaron Campanella from the YouTube channel Jaronism. Jaron was one of the fortunate flat earthers who received a trip to Antarctica on my dime. And Jaron not only saw the 24-hour sun with his own eyes, but was also honest enough to admit that he had been wrong about the 24-hour sun and therefore wrong about flat Earth. Next is Alex Stein. Primetime 99 Alex Stein has been in the flat Earth community for a very long time, including participating in many debates on the topic on the Modern Day Debate channel. Alex Stein was also offered a free trip to Antarctica from political commentator Tim Pool, but elected not to join us. And although he did not join us, he has done the right thing in accepting the evidence and firsthand testimony we brought back of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and now acknowledges that flat Earth is false. Next is Robbie Davidson, who runs the very popular YouTube channel Celebrate Truth, which has over 150,000 subscribers. He is one of the OG flat earthers who has really been around since the beginning of the modern day flat earth movement. Then there is Nick Havoc. He had been a flat earther for 9 years, but is now so thankful for the final experiment, which has brought him the truth, so he no longer has to believe and defend a lie. Then there's Mellow Dome, Austin Thompson, Stefan Driver, Shifty Eyes Shady, Rose 777, David Conklin. There was even an entire small flat earth group who all gave up flat earth after TFE. The list goes on and on. There are far too many to name, and there are many who have asked me to not mention their name. This exodus will continue until a flat earther can show how TFE's experiments and observations can work on a flat earth. But instead of doing this, the flat earth community as a whole is taking the position that we did not actually go to Antarctica, or that we did not see the real sun, or that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, despite the fact that we all witnessed it with our own eyes. They are arguing that we were in a giant studio filled with LED screens, or that the sun was created with a giant laser pointer to fool us. And Dean Odell actually argues that Satan was behind the 24-hour sun, possibly becoming the sun itself in order to fool us. What the flat earth community is lacking, and what is continuing to fuel this major exodus, is a complete lack of any intellectual, logical, and rational responses to our trip to Antarctica and Chile. Will Nathan Thompson be able to reverse this trend? Will Nathan Thompson be able to make sense of our experiments and observations on a flat earth? Because that is Nathan Thompson's specific role in this debate, to show how all of these things we observed and captured and experienced can work on a flat earth. Here are just some of the observations and experiments we conducted for TFE in both Antarctica and Chile. First is the 24-hour sun. The sun never set the entire time we were at Union Glacier Camp, right at 80 degrees south in Antarctica. For years, the flat earth community was adamant that there was not a 24-hour sun in the south, in Antarctica. This rejection was fueled by the fact that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not possible on a flat earth. And this is because flat earthers say Antarctica is not an island continent at the bottom of a globe, but rather a massive ice wall that encircles the world's continents and holds in all the oceans. If Antarctica is this giant ice ring on the outside of our known world, the sun would have to rise and set each day, as both sides agree that the sun moves through the sky once every 24 hours for everyone on Earth.
Let's pay heed to Nathan's background here. So he's in his RV. This is his RV that he was gifted or loaned by some rich dude who's took him on a tour so he can go promote his bullshit around the country. So he's been being put up right now to travel around in this thing. But look in the background here. I like this back here. He's got Joe Hanvey's spinning stars that he uses for his model. And then Joe Hanvey's dome behind him here, because he sent $1,000 to Joe Hanvey to have him send him the pieces of the model. I guess, I don't know how he's got to put it all together now. I guess it's all in pieces back there, but so dumb. But yeah, this guy's got a free fucking trip out of this bullshit, this grifting lunatic, who I invited here tonight, by the way. Be funny if he showed up. I asked him if he wanted to review his debate with me.
In December of 2023, this is a year before TFE, there was a debate outside Nashville, Tennessee, between Dean Odle and Greg Locke. The next day, there was a post-debate Q&A at a nearby hotel. And the room was filled with flat earthers, including Dean Odle, Flat Earth Dave, Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey, and my opponent, Nathan Thompson. The first question at this event was about Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. After Dean Odle confidently stated during the debate that a 24-hour sun would mean we live on a globe, Joe Hanvey spoke up at the Q&A and said he had a friend in Antarctica at that time, and she told him there was not a 24-hour sun, and the sun rose and set each day. Shortly after this, my opponent, Nathan Thompson, was given the mic, and he said he used to run the largest flat earth group in the world for 6 years, and it was after he asked Globers to show him the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that his group was deleted and he was censored. This resolute position by the flat earth community that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica was because they knew it was not possible on a flat earth. In addition to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, there is also a 24-hour moon in Antarctica. This is not possible on a flat earth for the same reason that a 24-hour sun is not possible. Up next is the South Pole. We have not released our video on the South Pole yet as part of our channel's The Final Experiments series, but we actually had someone at the South Pole at the same time as we were at Union Glacier. And there cannot be a South Pole on a flat earth. And I'm talking about a geographic South Pole. On a flat earth, the cardinal direction south is all directions away from the North Pole. And therefore, the south on a flat earth gets bigger and bigger indefinitely, and lines of longitude would get further and further apart. This means they would never converge into a single point in the south like we see in the north with the North Pole. Up next is the South Celestial Pole. We both observed and filmed the South Celestial Pole while in Punta Arenas, Chile. A celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. For the same reason you can't have a South Pole on a flat earth, you cannot have a South Celestial Pole in the sky over a flat earth. And it's worth noting that the 24-hour sun, the 24-hour moon, and the South Celestial Pole all move in the opposite direction that we observe them in the north. Also impossible on a flat earth. And finally, we have southern flights. Flights far south on a flat earth, for example, south of the Tropic of Capricorn, would require completely different flight paths than are actually experienced by passengers on these flights. They would also be of much longer flight lengths than flights in the north. As we already mentioned, a flat earth pushes south to the outside, and distances on a flat earth get further and further apart the further south you go. YouTuber Critical Think, a glober who was with us for the final experiment, flew home from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, nonstop after our trip to Antarctica. And he filmed the entire flight, and it was just over 13 and a half hours. Not only that, but his entire flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia was over ocean. After leaving South America, the flight flew over no major land masses, including flying completely south of New Zealand before landing in Australia. This flight is just not possible on a flat earth. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a few minutes of lots of proofs, most of which he personally experienced and or someone with him personally experienced during the trip and was documented. Let's see what Nathan responds with during this debate on TFE.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral debate channel. That means only debates, no interviews, with fair moderation as well. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button right now, as we have plenty more debates coming up in the future that you don't want to miss out on. With that, we're going to kick it over to Nathan for his opening as well. Thank you very much for being with us as well, Nathan. The floor is all yours.
I've measured Earth for 10 years.
Thanks so much for moderating, James. Congratulations on the channel, just exploding. I remember when you had 20,000 subscribers back in the day, so it's nice to see you doing well. On top of that, Will, I really sincerely appreciate your stunt that you pulled there in Antarctica, because since then, I have multiple social media platforms doing over 1 million views a month, because I've been talking about flat Earth for 10 years, dude. It's my bread and butter.
10 years.
I eat, sleep, and breathe flat Earth, guys. I've done over 200 meetups. I used to run the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion before it was censored. We had 155,000 members in there. We didn't allow cursing. We didn't allow insults. We just got down to business, answering questions. So if you guys have questions, ask them in the super chat. We'll get
this from a guy who's coined the term globe donut, which he stole from me, by the way. Well, not globe donut, but the donut part, which I stole from Gordon Ramsay.
Get to him at the end. Please share the show. Really appreciate that. But yeah, thanks, Will, for your stunt. Just Flat Earth is absolutely exploding on my social media platforms now. Thanks to you. Really appreciate it. So Will's opening was lots of talking, not a lot of proof seized. I would have liked to see more proof of the globe, or that the final experiment ended flat Earth, but all we got was talkie. You'll see a difference with my presentation. I'm going to actually pull up images and show evidence to support my claims that his stunt didn't debunk the flat Earth. Now, Romans 8:28 says, all things work towards good for those that love the Creator and are called according to his purpose. I've been featured in hit pieces where Globers try and prove the globe, and it always backfires on them, because all they do is make flat Earth more popular, and it's true. So when it comes to flat Earth, any publicity is good publicity. I learned about biblical cosmology from a guy named Michael Lavery, who was my brain coach for 10 years. We were studying applied neuroscience, steroidogenesis, neuroplasticity. And one day he says, Nate, you ever look into flat Earth? And I just about dropped the phone after he told me he spent 7 months looking into it. I thought he was going to say, oh, I heard about it Tuesday. So the smartest guy I know, been looking into it 7 months. I didn't sleep for 3 days. Then I went and got a camera. The camera I got was a Nikon P900. That's this camera right here. But this camera has been converted to infrared. It's what the military uses to see super far. Then we upgraded to the P1000, which is 125 times zoom. Technology has far surpassed the globe lies and the globe religion. So I spent about a week on the beach debunking the globe. Then I started the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion. I've been doing meetups ever since.
Because telescopes definitely haven't existed since the P1000. I think they see further than that. I don't know. No expert, you know?
A couple months ago, someone called me and says, Nate, I got an RV. Do you want to go around doing interviews, gathering products for a website, doing meetups like you've been doing? And so now I'm in an RV with
Now he's
Gio,
promoting.
and we've got all sorts of stuff from the community, like Flat Earth Gleason mat blankets, some coffee here from Paraplegic. If you don't have the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock app, download that. The referral code is NEO, and you can.
Now he's pushing a broken app that's going to expose your data. Oh my God. And yes, I think I did miss that, Steel City. Did he say he has had a brain coach for 10 years? Did he slip that in there? What the fuck's a brain coach? Anybody know what a brain coach is?
You can get tinfoil hats at bonafidetruth.com. And if you need to find any of my social media links, bonafidetruth.com/Nathan. Now, let's get right into it, guys. If I could get this.
Oh, yeah. Now that you're done promoting.
Ready for you.
Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. So if we lived on a globe And I know he's going to hold up his little sign. Go ahead. This is the curvature rate for the globe. It would curve in all directions like a ball, 8 inches per mile squared, or 0.666 feet per mile squared. That would give you 66.6 feet of drop over just 10 miles. But from mile 40 to 50, you're talking 600 feet of drop because it's exponential. Now, we were told that boats go over the horizon, and that's the curve of the Earth. Well, the horizon, formerly known as the curvature of the Earth, is not physical or geometric. If you read Phil Metzger's book on the art of perspective, it says, what is 1-point linear perspective? And it details the horizon versus eye level. And it says, in the railroad picture, you can see where the flat land meets the sky. That imaginary line where the sky meets the land is the horizon. So on a globe, we would have a physical geometric horizon at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1-foot observer, it's 1.2 miles away. For a 6-foot observer, it's 3 miles away. Now this picture on the right is 1-foot observer. Horizon should be 1.2 miles away, and the horizon is past 9.5 miles. So we don't have a physical geometric horizon. This is a famous picture from Joshua Nowicki from 57.25 miles, should be about 2,000 feet of drop. Now, the tallest building in this picture is 1,350 feet. I actually took this picture from Kenosha in a helicopter with the infrared P900 from 51 miles away, just when we got above the tree line. And the entire skyline was visible. None of it should have been visible. Should have all been obstructed by the imaginary.
That's amazing. I love when he does this. So fascinating, right? Notice how we forgot the observer height in there. I'll put it in. That's the Willis Tower. I'll give it the old standard atmospheric refraction. That's what you should say. Well, that was easy. Looks about right to me. What does he mean there should be 2,000 feet of hidden whatever object, whatever he said? What bullshit was that? What was he talking about? Let's see, is there numbers in here? It's hard to read. Expected curvature drop, 2,185 feet. 2,185 feet. Where did he even get that number from? All right, I'm going to take this out. I can take targets. Well, target doesn't matter. Distance is 59 feet. All right, so the drop is 1,900 feet. So he's a little off there, but whatever. Okay, so he's saying 2,000 something feet. So he assumed your observer height was 0 there. He assumed eyes were on the ground. Oops. Welcome, lap bars. You're always late. Welcome to the party, though. So if you put in the numbers, if you put in the observer height, Joshua Nowicki was up on Warren Dunes. 167 feet. It might maybe even higher. I think they go past 200 feet. So, yeah. Perfectly fine observation. Yeah, you could add 20 feet since the tower's 20 feet above the water. You could do that. It doesn't change it too much, but yeah. If you want to be perfectly accurate, you should add the elevation of Chicago in there too, because it is not sea level, or it's not lake level, I should say. Yeah, they always forget that. So what's funny is 2 minutes ago he said it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. Right? He said it, but then immediately didn't include it.
elusive curvature that can never be found. Here's 6 lighthouses that should all be obstructed by curvature, but
Says
they're
who?
clearly visible because the Earth is flat. Here's Mount San Jacinto, visible light, Mount San Jacinto with infrared. You can clearly see it
Those are at 2 different
123
focal lengths.
miles away. We've also got videos of the Candigo Mountains, the sun setting behind them. No curvature on the surface of the Earth. So I don't know why we're pretending that going to Antarctica and looking at the sky is going to somehow end the argument about the floor. Here we have world record photograph, 275 miles.
No
Bar
way.
Day Krenz should be 50,416 feet of missing curvature that we can't find. It's very elusive. Can't find it anywhere. Then
50,000 feet of missing curvature? 50,000 feet of missing curvature, he said?
So not only
Is
is
you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
No, that's because I changed my name to Prol.
Change your name to what? I see you, Cody. Welcome.
Sweet.
Welcome on. What's going on? Would you change your name too? What's happening?
I think you're muted on Skype, but
Oh, am I muted on Skype? Oh,
nothing. We've had multiple conversations on TikTok. I'm glad that he picked that picture up. It's kind of funny.
I was muted on Skype. What's going on? Who are you on? Who are you on TikTok? Help me out.
I didn't hear you on there.
Microphone. Let me change. Hold on. There we go. I changed
Drunk anime.
I had to change my microphone in Skype. Because why wouldn't the settings just change by themselves?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So what's your name on TikTok? Who are you?
Drunk anime. We've had conversations before in your chats before. What's up? I'm glad you pulled that picture up because they never view that picture properly. With the Peak Gaspard.
Oh, Peak Gaspard. Yeah. I was just looking for it because I have. I mean, I could obviously just go through the numbers again, but I've done it several times over the years.
Let's talk about long distance.
Don't know why.
Right, we got.
Oh God, mute that shit. Don't know why they just keep bringing it up though. Like, all right,
I mean,
there's the numbers.
Right there. Yeah, but they show a mountain in front of it. The closer peak from a different mountain proves that there's a curvature behind it because the other mountain's larger, yet it's lower. The Peak Gaspard's lower, so like it wouldn't make sense on a flat surface. Like it doesn't. Oh, they hurt my brain so much.
It does to I've had that conversation with Nathan in particular too. They think things going further away will always get smaller and will always, like if it's above your head, if it's taller than you, it doesn't matter. It could get so far away that it could end up below your eye level. Right? Which is the opposite of what linear perspective is. And he showed the diagram before. It would all converge to your eye. But he goes off that thing he showed in the beginning with the quote on the side, which says perspective is the horizon, which it's not. It just appears that way when you're standing on the ground. But if you go up in the air, you know, the vanishing point is not the horizon anymore. It's at your eye level.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you think about it, like if you were looking up like this, right? And something was flying up over your head, but going up as well, right? If it was flying in a straight line, it's still going to converge to your eye, right? It doesn't matter. It's not going to converge down to the horizon. It's going to converge to your eye. It's going away from your eye. That's why that happens. It doesn't matter. It's not the horizon, right? But they just say that. So they think that tall mountain will eventually go down all the way down to the horizon, which is nonsense.
And then they always try to act like refraction is just some magical thing that only exists when their arguments are kind of based off of it. It's very funny.
They don't know what refraction is. They don't know what perspective is. They claim to know what all these things are. They don't know what any of them are. So here's Peak Gaspard. Observer height was 9,000 feet. The target size was 12,740 feet, and they were 275 miles away. And there's the mountain. That's what you should see. And that's what you do see. And that's even with standard atmospheric refraction. That's not even, it would have been more than that day. They actually waited for that day to have high refraction to take that picture.
Yeah, you can just tell with the picture itself how dense the air is on that day.
Oh yeah,
it's a pretty clear view of it.
But why when they see this do they ignore it? You know what I mean? Like, if I brought that picture up as evidence and someone was like, "Hey, look at this. This matches perfectly to flat Earth. Here's my math. Here's my measurements." I'd be like, "Oh, well, all right, it does match. I guess I can't refute that. I'll stop going around saying that." Right? That evidence I thought I had is no longer evidence. Right?
But they don't do math. They can't. They can't do math.
I'm not saying that would ever happen. That would never happen. I'm just saying if theoretically that could happen. You know. Oh, all right.
I think I had a conversation with Nathan about it as well. No, maybe not that exact picture, but a different picture. And we went over the math, and he's like, "That's not how that works," but couldn't give any like evidence on the contrary of it.
Actually support that? No.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, it's like my 2-hour conversation I had with Chris the other day on TE Flat Smack on TikTok, which is also on my page here. Explaining triangles. Like, you can measure between two lines. If you have two lines, you can measure this angle. It doesn't matter what's happening over here to the triangle. It could be a right triangle. It could be obtuse. It could be, whatever. It doesn't matter. You can put a protractor on there and measure that angle. Right?
Yeah.
And he kept insisting you need to have a right triangle in order to measure a fucking angle. Like, no. You need a right triangle if you're going to do straight up trigonometry to figure out the other sides of the triangle. Right? Then you need a right triangle. But no one was talking about that. We were just talking about measuring an elevation angle to a star or to the sun. It's literally a tangent and then up at this angle here. Doesn't matter what's happening over there. And 2 hours of that. And he still didn't get it. I heard him repeating it today. What a surprise. Yeah, flirts don't bother.
Got microwave repeaters. We got radar systems like the SPS-55 goes 190
I'll let you continue. I'll stay here.
Over 100 miles.
Whatever you need. Also the thing with the camera, the P1000 or 900, that's all digital zoom. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not better than a telescope. It has never been better than a telescope. It adjusts pixels and then like blows them up into very bad proportions when you get closer.
Yeah.
But they're crazy.
Yeah. So I guess it made it easier because it's more compact, right? To take around. So they think now that more people can get their hands on these that zoom far, that they've somehow exposed themselves. And now NASA has made them stop making them.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
You
heard about that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Well, they haven't. They're going to come out with a new model. I already read about that somewhere. Maybe it'll be NASA approved. All right. If you want to hang out, that's fine. That's chill. I'm just going to keep playing the video, and when I stop it, we're going to, you can chime in if you like.
Rescue. We've done laser tests. You can zoom in on distant objects. They're clearly not obstructed by curvature. Now, I'd highly recommend, guys, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. Once you go flat, you never glow back. Be the change you want to see on flat Earth. The truth is incontrovertible. Malice is going to attack it. Ignorance is going to try and deride it. But in the end, there it is. And you can lead globe earthers to flat water, but you cannot get them to put their sign down and think critically about the shape of the Earth. That's all I got, James. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. What we're going to do is kick it into the open dialogue. Before we do that, just a couple of other housekeeping things. First, if you haven't yet, please do hit that like button. We appreciate your support. And if you are watching live, this is your opportunity. Modern Day Debate has just put a poll in the live chat. this is a great opportunity to vote on whether or not you think the Earth is flat, globe, or you are unsure. With that, we'll kick it into open dialogue. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Floor is all yours.
Sure. Hey, Nathan, you just false in your opening statement. I'd like you to correct it. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. Would you please correct that right now?
No, yeah, when you go flat, as far as like testing the Earth yourself, I know you might have some flipper floppers that haven't tested the Earth themselves for 10 years like I have.
Neither of you.
But once you do that, there's no way you're going to go back to believing you're on a cartoon ball because strangers went to Antarctica and looked at the sky.
Hey, Nathan, I know you're personal friends with Jaron and Robbie, and I really don't think you should do this to them right now. Were they true flat earthers? Because they're not anymore.
I don't care what some dude thinks about the shape of the Earth.
Hey,
do
Nathan,
you have any evidence for your globe religion, bro?
Nathan,
like,
you made a false statement. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. That's false. Your own friends, Jaron and Robbie, are no longer flat. Will you please correct your false statement right now?
His tagline.
All right,
can't use it.
So are we going to move on to the evidence that the Earth's a globe or not?
You're off topic, Nathan. That's not what this debate is.
Why does he always bring up
We're
10
not here
years
to
as
talk about
well?
what people
Just because
think
someone
the
has
Earth
10
is.
years of experience
Okay,
doesn't mean they're good
so
at
you won't even
something
correct
or
your mistake. That's really sad. Okay, so Nathan, let's start with an easy one. Were you aware that while we were in Antarctica, we live streamed?
Yes, I was aware there were live streams being done.
How did we live stream from Antarctica on a flat Earth? Please explain that on a flat Earth.
So you can only live stream on a globe?
How did we live stream on a flat Earth, Nathan? This is your job in this debate is to argue how what we did and what we observed is possible on a flat Earth. How did we live stream on a flat Earth? Please tell me.
He didn't know he had a job.
Okay, you had 6 arguments. None of the
Hey, Nathan.
live streaming was one of the 6 arguments. So if you could stick with your arguments that
Hey, Nathan.
ended flat Earth instead
Hey,
of
Nathan.
just yeah,
Nathan.
can you chill out?
This is part of the final experiment. How did we live stream in Antarctica? Please answer.
Okay, live streaming from Antarctica wasn't one of your 6 arguments. You talked about a 24-hour sun, a 24-hour moon, a celestial South Pole, airplane flights in the South. If you want to stick with your arguments, I can talk about how those are affirming the consequent fallacies and red herring fallacies. But how you live stream from Antarctica, the same way I'm live streaming right now. We have internet. It's 2025, bud.
How did we get internet in Antarctica, Nathan?
It's 2025.
The same way I'm getting the internet right now on a flat Earth, bro.
How?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
How did we have internet in Antarctica?
So James, he's asked the question like 5 times. I wasn't there. I don't know how he got internet in Antarctica. That wasn't one of his 6 claims for proof.
Okay, so Nathan, you know that the flat Earth position is that internet comes through undersea cables. Is that your position?
No, definitely not. It comes through a multitude of ways. It's a collective ensemble of things going on. You've got undersea fiber optic submarine communication cables. You've got towers. They normally put them on mountains, and the microwave towers have a Fresnel zone. And that Fresnel zone has to account for obstruction like trees and buildings. But one of the most famous videos I had on my old YouTube channel before it was erased by your government overlords was a microwave engineer talking about how he doesn't account for curvature, sending microwave signals over long distances. So,
okay, so we were at 80 degrees south, so there's no undersea cables, and there were no towers. There's no cell service in Antarctica. So, do you have any idea how we could have got internet?
Yeah, they might have bounced it off the dome, bro. I don't know. I wasn't there. Is that all you got?
Okay, so that's the easy one. Now we'll get to the hard stuff. There is a South Pole. I'm sure you've seen people take a picture at the South Pole, right?
I haven't been there. Have you been there?
Have you seen people take a picture at the South Pole, Nathan?
I haven't been there.
Have you seen people take a picture of themselves standing at the South Pole, yes or no?
Going to an icy wasteland and calling a place the South Pole and then taking a picture there doesn't prove you're on a cartoon spinning tilted ball, Will. So,
okay.
What's your next one?
Nathan, I need you to do me a favor.
Bro. This is too easy. Let's go. Chop, chop. Next one.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to tell me where on a flat Earth the South Pole is, where they're taking their picture with that pole. Where is it on here?
Okay, see, what you do is you just go to a spot on the flat Earth that's a deserted, icy wasteland, and then you call it the South Pole, and then you get gullible globers to go there and take a picture in front of the sign that says this is your globular South Pole, and then you pretend that that's how it works on a globe.
Okay, so Nathan, that pole that they're taking a picture with, where is that on this map?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
You have no idea where it is.
No, I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so I'm afraid you're not very well researched then, because the South Pole and Antarctica is one of the main differences between flat Earth and globe, and you have no idea. So if you wanted to get to the South Pole, you have no idea how you'd get there?
No, I've never been there. So did you go there?
I've not been there either.
Shouldn't his answer be there is no South Pole?
But guess what, Nathan?
Yes.
Guess what,
Yeah,
Nathan?
yeah.
We're not going to say that a place doesn't exist
I mean,
if we haven't been
the other
there,
argument
right?
that
Have you
Will
been
should
to
be
the
bringing up
dome?
is at the South Pole, every direction is north away from it,
Yeah.
which wouldn't be possible. So,
Right. If you're standing there, right, with a compass. Compasses are a little tricky to use down there.
yeah, it's a little bit tricky. You could go, like, let's say a kilometer in each direction and give yourself some leeway.
You'd have to move around, but you could do it. You could do it, and again, impossible on flat Earth.
Yeah.
I just don't understand where he's going. Either he's so flustered that he's already thrown off his script. But the script is there is no South Pole. I've never been there. And you've never been there. No one's ever been there. Doesn't exist. I don't know. I've never been there. It's could be there. No, can't be a South Pole on flat Earth.
No, I haven't been to the dome.
Okay, perfect.
I think
So
he was trying to argue that they just picked a spot and was like, this is the South Pole today.
Put up a sign. Yeah.
Still
an
doesn't
argument
really
with me
work
that you
if
wouldn't
you can
use
verify
for
it.
yourself. Okay, there is a pole, Nathan, that people can go to. Guess what? They fly there and they take their picture with it. I want to know where that is on a flat Earth. Can you reconcile a South Pole with a flat Earth? Yes or no?
Yes, I just detailed how you go to a specific icy wasteland, you put up a sign for gullible globers that says, this is your globular South Pole that you're upside down on, and then you take a picture because you're a gullible glober and you think that proves the shape of the floor. That doesn't prove the shape of the floor. Well, you're going to need better proofs than this, bro. No one's buying this, bro.
Hey, Nathan, you're off topic again. I'm not here to prove the globe. We're here to see if the final experiment observations and experiments work on a flat Earth, and you're not showing how they work. So
you didn't even go to the South Pole.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan, we had someone at the South Pole, and you have no idea where that is.
Yeah,
and
it's an icy wasteland. They put up a sign that says, this is your globular South Pole, and then gullible globers took a picture there, Will.
Is there anything else there, or is it just a pole?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so you haven't done research. Okay, so Nathan, guess what? There is a station there. It's called the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's massive.
You say so. Without ever being there, that's cool.
So Nathan, you're going to have a very hard time defending flat Earth if you can't even show where this location is that people visit, that my friend visited, and took information for us from the South Pole. So we're going to go ahead and move on because you have failed at reconciling a South Pole with a flat Earth. All right, next we're going to talk. Next.
Does Australia exist if you've never been there?
Right. I've never been to the bottom of the ocean or the top of Mount Everest. I've never been to France. Does that exist?
Yeah, exactly.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
We'll talk about the South Celestial Pole. Are you familiar with what a celestial pole is?
Yeah, are you familiar with what a red herring is?
Okay, so if you're familiar with what a celestial pole is, can you please explain how there's a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth where the stars go in the opposite direction than they do in the north?
This is when he misuses
no
his
problem.
fallacy.
James, can I get the big screen, please?
I'm just going to say fallacies and hope that means something.
Crystal clear.
You go to Google, right? So you go to Google and you type in red herring fallacy. A red herring fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of the argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. So
what's the topic of the debate? What's the topic of the debate?
I'm still talking, bro. Can you chill with your
Dave Kreitcher with a $5 super chat. Thanks, McClobie. It's McMonday face. Ooh, that one might stick. That one might stick. I've been racking my brain about a catchy title. McMonday face. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of liking that. Maybe I'll have a contest or something.
Threats.
You need to tell me what the topic of the debate is before you can establish that I'm going off topic. What is the topic?
You're talking about, the topic is, did the final experiment end flat Earth, which has to do with the ground, and you're talking about a celestial South Pole.
Part of the final experiment was documenting the South Celestial Pole. The South Celestial Pole is not possible on a flat Earth. Your job is to show how it is. Can you do it? Yes or no?
Yeah, what'd you document? Let's see it.
You haven't seen the videos that we have of the South Celestial Pole?
What did you document?
No, I haven't seen them. You haven't shown anything either, bro. Are you going to show anything?
Sure. Will it change your mind?
Draw it in crayons.
Well, it depends on what I see.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, Nathan's actually the one doing red herrings.
We're going to get shown something.
Yeah,
Finally, get some showtime.
He said he's seen all the live footage and everything, but then says there's no documentation.
Yeah.
And I bet you he's going to try to ask for... Maybe he thinks documentation only means paperwork.
There is no South Celestial Pole, that I need to show it to you first, but that's okay.
Yes, Bob, isn't red herring a red herring fallacy?
I'd like to see what you documented. That way I can detail how this is a red herring, has nothing to do with the shape of the floor.
This is not a fish, Nathan.
That's not the topic of the debate, Nathan.
Yeah, you thought your final non-experiment ended flat Earth, which is the shape of the floor, Will.
There you go, South Celestial Pole. Those stars are rotating in the opposite direction of the north.
Uh-oh.
You took that in Antarctica?
Robert Schwartz did. Okay,
cool. No problem. Thanks for showing me. Now I forget. Can I get the big screen again? Am I still in it?
Can you reconcile the South Celestial Pole with the flat Earth? Yes or no?
Robert Schwartz has an awesome video time lapse of the South Celestial Pole from. I don't think it was that one. I didn't see the sign. Maybe it was from the South Pole sign, looking straight up, and you see the South Pole sign is at the bottom of the frame, and it's looking straight up from the sign, directly centered, Sigma Octantis, everything spinning around it, 90 degrees above his head. Figure that one out.
A logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of an argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. Now, the stars have nothing to do with the shape of the floor. Even Einstein has something called a kinematic equivalence. The Ptolemaic model explained the movement.
The Ptolemaic model
of everything in the sky for 1,400 years and was unchanged for 1,400 years. Now I'd like to stop sharing my screen and show you my watch. It's the Prague clock. They had this Prague clock built 610 years ago, which predates the gravity religion by 200 years, 1666. There's that 666 again. But they had all this mapped out for 1,400 years on the Ptolemaic model, what was going on in the sky, assuming a flat Earth. You could also celestial navigate, getting angles to these stars in the sun, and then navigate the oceans, assuming a flat Earth. So this sky argument really isn't helping your globe religion, and it's a red herring.
Does Nathan have his nails painted?
Next.
So Nathan, you should have done a little bit better homework.
Sure.
I even told you the topics that I was going to be covering, so you could have researched it. You could have watched our videos. But you are not explaining how the South Celestial Pole can exist on a flat Earth. We observed it. It's a natural phenomenon. So we know it exists.
Yes, Nathan's quoting the Ptolemaic model with the P, hard P.
So the real question is, can you reconcile what we observed with our own eyes, what we filmed, with a flat Earth, yes or no?
Yeah, I got this flat Earth dome I picked up from Joe Hanby, and we can actually show star trails in the north and star trails in the south and 24-hour moons in the south and 24-hour suns in the south and rainbows and halos and sundogs and eclipses, and just about everything you see in the sky can be modeled right here, or at least shown a physical representation of. So
yeah, I'm very familiar.
Better proof you're going to try and end flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan, I'm very familiar with Joe Hanvy's model. I actually offered him to demonstrate it on our channel, which he declined. And I've refuted his model. So when it comes to his model and the celestial poles, his south celestial pole is a reflection of the north celestial pole. But in reality, there are different stars and different constellations in the south versus the north. So it cannot be a reflection of the north. So that doesn't work. Do you have any other way of reconciling it or no?
I didn't say it's a reflection. I don't think it's a reflection. And when we project it on the top of the dome, it's not a reflection.
So what's showing up in the south if you're only projecting stars to the top of the dome?
Oh my God, YouTube.
All right, I know you want to play 21 questions about the sky, but the sky...
A reflection of those stars.
That was funny, Charlie.
It's not a red herring, it's on topic, so we can move on. You're failing miserably here. So what about the 24-hour moon in Antarctica? Can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Yes, of course. No problem. Can I get the big screen, James? Sweet. So if you Google affirming the consequent, it's a logical fallacy where someone assumes that because the outcome of a conditional statement is true, the condition itself must also be true, essentially reversing the logic and leading to an invalid conclusion. The fallacy of affirming the consequent occurs when a person draws a conclusion that if the consequent is true, then the antecedent must be true. So, just an affirming the consequent fallacy.
So thanks for showing that. I'm actually not doing that. So all I'm doing is presenting an observation that was made and filmed in Antarctica, and I'm asking you
Is that the issue
to show
Will
if
was
it's
having
possible
on
to
his
happen
end?
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
so.
doing anything like
Sounds
that.
Shit.
Yeah, the 24-hour sun and moon can be modeled right here with the dome.
This was, you had one job, Nathan.
I'll make this bigger.
Joe Hanvey's model is that it's a reflection. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the 24-hour moon in Antarctica is a reflection of a moon somewhere else?
Now you should go watch this
Because
video.
remember, Joe Hanvey's model uses a flashlight. The moon is not like the sun. So that his model doesn't work for the moon. So can you reconcile a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth?
What the sky does and what's happening in the sky does not determine the shape of the floor. It's another red herring talking about the sky and pretending you ended flat Earth. Thanks for playing, Will.
Well, the reason I ended flat Earth, Nathan, is because you nor the entire flat Earth community can explain these things that I'm telling you. Like, for example, they can't explain how we got internet in Antarctica. It's very simple. We got it from satellites. So this isn't good. This isn't good.
Explanations are not proof, Will. I don't know if you know that, but you can walk down to the local tavern, find the local village idiot, and ask him anything under the sun, and he'll give you an explanation for a pint. That doesn't mean he's true. That doesn't mean he's right. Okay? Explanations are not proof. So you sitting over there asking 21 questions about the sky.
Yeah, it's a really
and
good
saying,
question. And
you
again,
don't have an
people aren't
explanation
hearing
for the
me.
sky.
If you believe
doesn't end what the
that
floor is, bro.
that
You gotta be
light
joking.
took however long
Nathan, but it's probably
it would
reasonable,
take
right, for
to
him to
reach us
ask.
on Earth, I'm totally fine with that. Maybe you're right. That's great. I don't see the fruit in debating the age of the Earth, but I will say that the Bible does reference God stretching out the heavens. And so obviously if God was going to create a universe for us, he would want to create lights in the sky that we can see, and he'd want to create a mature world for us to live in and enjoy. And so I do think either of those are possible.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Mr. E-Man says, Will just nailed Nathan's hypocrisy. He even, not even the finger thing, Nathan, come on. Even Stalking says, Will, how do you, we got that? Texas Red says, no, Nate, everything revolves around empty space in the sky near the Southern Cross. The world is flat and Antarctica is its center.
That's right. The flat Earth has no answer.
Nathan. Magellan says, Nathan, is the dog more intelligent than you? Oh, come on. All right. It's all in good fun. Seriously, we do appreciate Nathan being here. He is a good sport. I've got to give him this. Give him credit for, at least give him, at the minimum, the absolute minimum, you know, he takes a lot of heat from the chat. He takes some sarcasm, meant to be playful, from me. Stephen Ameling says, prior to the final experiment, it seems flat earthers were happy to use lights in the sky to predict the shape of the Earth.
They certainly were.
That is regarding lights observed at the North Pole. Now, with the final experiment, that argument is now discarded. Nathan, is this true?
This is a great point. This is a great point. Eric Dubé said that a 24-hour sun in the north proves flat Earth. A group of flat earthers sent D. Marble to Alaska to film the 24-hour sun. So yes, their position was that the lights in the sky tell us that the Earth is flat until we showed them the one thing they said didn't exist, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and all of a sudden, magically now, the lights in the sky mean nothing. But you'll notice, if you go back and rewind the Q&A, when Nathan talks a lot, he immediately brings up things in the sky like Polaris.
Nathan? This one coming in from, do appreciate it, June.
Thinking about going solar, but not sure whether it's worth it for your home? Well, before you get quotes, there are 3 things you need to know about going solar and one easy way to find them out. Number 1.
All right, with that, I have to go back to this because I can't pause it when I do that way. It's a pain in the ass. What is going on? Oh. What happened? Thanks, sample user. This live stream is the best. Minus the technical glitches. All right. Why do I see a box now? Man, OBS is stinking up a storm today. All right. So let's just go over how Nathan, all right, the debate's over here.
All apparent, it's not elves. And thanks for playing well. I really appreciate your time, and thanks for all the work you did making my YouTube views and my Instagram views and my Facebook views explode through the roof. Keep up the good work, bud. Cheers.
We'll kick it to Will for his closing.
Oh. So they went 50 minutes. It was a 50-minute back and forth debate about nothing. Nathan showed up with 0.
As well.
Okay, great. So
it was literally only 50 minutes. Why is it a 3-hour? Is it just questions?
The rest of it's Q&A.
Oh,
which is it was weird. It was weird.
They didn't go over the flights. They didn't go over positioning. They didn't go over sizes of scale in the south. They multiple points weren't.
Well, Nathan addressed nothing. So the debate ended because Nathan addressed nothing. The back and forth, it's the back and forth section. You know, he addressed nothing. So what was there to do?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, that's most debates against anybody that is on that side.
He just cried, yelled red herring, ignored all the evidence, and moved on. So they just went on to questions. At one point, I remember watching Nathan's body language was hilarious. At one point, he looked like he was almost just sitting there crying.
I actually, just so everyone knows, I sent.
Well, because a lot of the modern day debate ones, with certain flat earthers especially, has just become people asking questions to shit on the flat earthers, and it's hilarious.
This one did not fail in that regard as well. You're gonna hear some doozies, and to James's point in the moderation. To his credit, he did make Nathan stick to some questions when he asked questions and Nathan didn't answer or answered a different question. He went back to it and was like, "I don't think you answered that question." So let's continue listening here. This box is pissing me off.
Yeah, what is that box?
It's my chat window. It's for when I want to highlight a comment, like bam. He was inebriated. I just randomly picked that, by the way. Maybe he was, yeah. Maybe he was coming down off his inebriation. It's possible. Oh, look, the box went away because oh, good. All right.
Nathan, the list of what I would be talking about so that he knew exactly what I'd be presenting. He would have an opportunity to watch the videos on the TFE channel and know exactly the arguments I would be presenting. As I predicted, which is why I made this, he would not be able to reconcile the observations and experiments we did in Antarctica and Chile with a flat Earth. Now, this is why there's a major exodus right now. Haven't even gone public yet, that have contacted me and will go public soon, is because there are no answers to this. And so real truthers are going to look at the evidence, and they're going to see the truth and the reality of what we saw. And they're going to see that it simply doesn't work on a flat Earth. And those and the truthers that are willing to look at it and see the truth of the matter are going to leave flat Earth, like Jaron, like Alex Stein, like Robbie Davidson, and so many others.
Is he actually
so this discussion tonight is a perfect example of how certain people will react when they don't like new evidence that's presented to them that contradicts a belief that they have. And so that's kind of where things stand. And I'm really glad that we did this. And I just hope that people will be able to see that the Flat Earth community does not have answers for what we brought back. And so I think that the final experiment has definitely ended Flat Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of those closings. We're going to jump into the Q&A, in fact, folks. So we're going to try to move fast. If you guys, gentlemen, because we do actually have a lot already, if you're able to keep your rebuttals to a very slim minimum. Otherwise, if we have rebuttals on each question, we have trouble getting to the other ones down in the list later on. So this one coming in from Tango44 says, here's my
Why does he keep
contribution.
bringing up the
Thanks
second
for
law of
your
thermodynamics
question," he said,
and
for
stuff?
Nathan. Explain how
Why do they
the sun
always do
was
that
up
and then
for
they
24
can't
hours in
correctly?
Antarctica.
He's a moron.
Like none of them can correctly define it.
Define it, yeah. Use it in a sentence.
It's terrible. And then you ask them to go define it, and they'll just like kind of gloss over some basic properties of it, but not actually the main points.
They have no idea how actually complicated thermodynamics is.
Oh, it's insane.
Like it was probably my least favorite class I took.
Yeah, like I only had to touch on it because I did kinesiology and physio and stuff, but
Okay.
so we only had to touch on it like with how the body metabolizes, but even still, like I would never want to argue with an actual physicist on any of that stuff.
No, and you know, I brought this up in my discussion with Jaron when Jaron was interviewing Caleb and Derek. They were talking about this topic and having a good laugh at me at my expense because how dumb I was and how dumb my followers were, according to them. But they mentioned the second law of thermal. A lot of them call it thermodynamics. And I was responding in a video that they played how it doesn't even apply because it defines a closed system, and B, just doesn't mean what they think it means. And they all came back and they're like, you know what? We're not even going to use the second law of thermodynamics anymore. We're not even going to say that anymore. We're just going to say pressure goes from high to low. Caleb kept saying high to low instead of, low to high. He kept saying instead of high to low. He kept getting it wrong. He kept saying low to high. But he's like, I'm just going to say that now. And they were all like, yeah, we're just going to say that now because it's just easier to say. And we can take that out of the equation saying the second law. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's the point. You're misusing it. Stop fucking saying it.
Like, are they like misusing it and then including entropy into the conversation or something? Because no, like they don't understand any of it because
no, they don't.
It's I don't know. It's embarrassing when they spew it off, and then you'll bring up like here's an actual paper on the second law of thermodynamics. We can go over this. We can go over a bit of the math. I'll understand a little bit of it. I won't be correct on everything. And they'll be like, no, that's not what it is.
Yeah.
It's right here.
If you want to say, pressure goes from high to low, and you need a container because if you don't have a container, the pressure will equalize. Like we get the talking points you're going to say. Say those. We know you're going to say those. Just leave the second law of thermodynamics out of it, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you just sound stupid, right? And some of them are starting to get that, maybe. I don't know. I haven't really heard them stop saying it, so.
You're American, right?
Yes.
I remember when the day TikTok went down. Who's that British guy that does? He has the globe on. He's a graphic designer.
Stingray?
Yeah, Stingray. I popped on TikTok the day it was banned in America because I'm Canadian, so.
Oh, all right.
We had it, and it was the quietest chat ever. Like he's like, I haven't had anyone pop up all day because, like, no one else in the world wants to argue with him except for some Americans with the lack of education somewhere.
Except for dumb Americans.
Yeah.
There are a lot of dumb Americans. There are. It's embarrassing sometimes.
Yes. I could argue the same for Canadians, I guess, in some areas.
You own Fred. You know Fred?
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Science with Fred or something like that?
No, Science with Freddy is also bad. He pretends to be Freddy Krueger while promoting Flat Earth. That's terrible as well. No,
I thought they were the same person.
No,
like Globe Crusher guy?
Globe Crusher, yes. Oh. You own him.
Oh, yeah. He's he was in Blitz's live chat the other day, and he was like, "You're a shill. You're charging stuff for subscriptions. Look, I went to your thing. You put the price up," and he's like, "It's $7.80 now," and Blitz is like, "I didn't change the price." He's like, "It's in American dollars." He's like, "No, $7.50 and $8 American dollars." He's like, "Wait, are you Canadian? Because that would convert perfectly." And he's like, "No," and then just stop talking about that.
He was confused about the currency conversion.
Yeah, it was bad. It was hilarious.
Blitz is a science educator.
Blitz is a genius compared to a lot of us. Like,
yeah, I don't compare to Blitz with his physics intelligence. No, not a chance. But like, which is weird because Nathan went into Blitz's live. Fred went into Blitz's live. I mean, on his panel to debate him. Angels of Light did. I don't know if you don't know him. He's really stupid. All three of those guys, which are three of the most vocal on TikTok right now, went in to challenge Blitz, a PhD physicist, on Flat Earth. And they won't debate me one-on-one. I don't understand. Like, Blitz is way smarter than me. I'm just a dumb engineer, compared to Blitz. I just don't get it. Are they that stupid that they think a PhD in physics is going to be a soft target? It's so weird.
I don't get it. I don't get it. And they're all terrible debaters at the end of the day because you could tell they don't know anything about actual debate because they'll just pick a topic and then gish out to the next point that because you may have said a word or something that connects to another topic but really has nothing to do with that topic, and then they'll just railroad there, and then they'll be like, "Oh no, this is what it was." Like, it's insane.
Yeah,
some of them are so infuriating.
They're not smart enough to have good debate topics. They just follow their flow chart of flurf. I say this. If I hear this, I say this, and then they just follow their, and eventually that flow chart leads back to Derp, and they're stuck in a corner, and they got to just change the topic.
It's old Derp.
Yeah, we got the script. Oh my God. Anyway, Globe Crusher is my top left nominee. I'm currently making a video right now. His nomination video. If you're unaware, that's McToon's, and I'm always going to call him McToon's. And FTFE's, I guess, their competition they do every year of essentially the most Dunning-Kruger flat earther. So top left means the top left of the graph of the Dunning-Kruger chart, which is the least competent but most confident. So he's up there. He thinks he flat smacks everybody. He thinks he owns everybody. He's beaten everybody in the debate, including me, even though I've never debated him. He just keeps saying he's beaten me in debates. He's fantastic in every way. But he's Canadian. That was the point. And shame on you. You're responsible for that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, I guess. I don't know.
Wits it
He's annoying.
Mikey's Canadian too, isn't he?
Oh my God, we got new voices.
Yes.
Who's that?
That's my mum bakes cakes.
Oh, what's up? My mom bakes cakes. You jumped on earlier, but you were on a phone call.
Yeah, it was my sister calling. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'm sorry. Who's Canadian also?
Mikey Smith.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
He does those excellent photos of the blurry stars.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
And does a temperature gauge with his thermometer or whatever it is, pointing it at the sun.
Oh,
He
did
points
he do
the
the video where he like talked about the moon being colder than sunlight or something like that? And then
He may have done. I don't know.
I think I had an argument with one of those people, and then I was like, "Okay, what are your dependent and independent variables in the study? What are you doing when you do this? What's happening when you do this? Was it near anything warm previous to taking the temperature? All this stuff." And they didn't know any of that. Like they didn't take any notes of that.
They don't know what an independent variable is. If it bit them in the ass, they wouldn't understand they don't understand what a control is, right? So I've had many. Thank God that hasn't come up in a long time for me, anyway. But I've done that test several times myself, and I did it live once even. And you have to test it in areas where there's no moonlight. If you're going to take the temperature reading of the ground where the moonlight is hitting and then where there's shade, you have to then take a reading of the ground where there's no moonlight. Also under an object where there would be shade and not under an object. So what you'll quickly find out is that the temperature also is cooler not under the object, even when there's no moonlight. So I did it live in the moonlight and then under a chair where there's shade. And I went to the front of my house where there's no moonlight at all because it was hidden by my house. And I took a reading under a chair and on the ground, not under the chair. And not under the chair was also cooler than under the chair, even though there was no moonlight anywhere, right? Nothing to do with moonlight. I tried to explain that simple thing. Like if you're going to test it without the moonlight. None of them could figure it out. Could not grasp the concept.
Well, they've stopped saying that the moon is self-illuminating, which is I always found quite humorous.
It's plasma, self-illuminating plasma ball of God power.
And then they'll bring out that dome model that he had in his trailer there, and somehow have the moon and the sun both simultaneously outside and inside.
Yeah,
while reflecting.
What I love about his model now is that they have to now forever say that the sun is outside the firmament because that's where he shines his little flashlight.
No, but then they'll go, "Oh, this is just a representation. This isn't actually how the sun is inside here and does this." Okay, but then it wouldn't work that way.
Right,
then.
but it's refracting and reflecting off the dome through the dome, and then refracting according to them through the dome. That's like the whole point of what they're doing, right? So now the sun, this ball of energy, is not following what the Bible said, because that's big. He made that as a biblical flat Earth model. Now it's outside the dome, inside the waters. Now you have the sun inside the water, right? So that's fine. They can do that all they want, but now they have to go with that forever.
The thing I don't understand about Joseph Hanvey is he's got telescopes in his room, and I'm not sure if he's actually used them to actually view anything with them. So
probably not. There's a popular flat earther on TikTok called David Shane. He's an astrophotographer. He has telescopes and stuff and takes pictures and posts them all the time, the video. Decent pictures too, pretty good stuff. But then he'll just be like, here's Jupiter. Look at this awesome picture, video I'm taking of Jupiter, right? And the moons, and you can see the moons. And he's like, he'll just whisper into the mic and be like, look at this, guys. Look at those little moons. They say they're moons, but don't they look like water bugs? Look at the little water bugs swimming around because they flicker.
I just looked that guy up.
And they're flickering.
Yeah, he's doing
Flickering water bugs. Water above, so below, everybody. Like, what the fuck? What? How do you have a telescope and you take pictures and videos of all this stuff and you're that dumb? I caught him lying too. I've caught him lying. He took a Hubble telescope from picture from years ago of some nebula. He cropped it, made it really red, brought out the hue. He saturated it, and then he saturated it, and then called it a a recent James Webb picture, and he used it because when you saturated it, it brought out these things in the picture that made it look like eyeballs, like a snake, like a serpent. And he was saying James Webb is taking demonic pictures. So it's great. But
I just went to his TikTok and he has a pinned post where he incorrectly focuses.
Oh yeah.
I think it must be Jupiter or something, and then he says he focuses it on both ends of the focus, but like never actually focuses the image.
No. I've had detailed discussions with him over that fact. Before he blocked me, we went back and forth on some videos where he was claiming that the focus button, the focus knob on his telescope was actually incorrect. Like, so you shouldn't be focusing your videos and pictures when you're taking pictures of, say, planets, for example. You don't want a focused picture of Mars because that's not the natural way you would see it.
What does that have? That's not even a good argument.
No, it was a terrible argument.
Like, what? Just because you don't naturally see, like, okay, when people take pictures at a baseball game and they freeze frame, like they do high shutter speed and everything for the bat hitting the ball, you don't naturally see that with your eyes at stopping. So are we not supposed to take pictures of that? Like, what is the argument there? Where's the point? We want to see something clearly.
Yeah, you want to see it clearly. I can't even show him because I'm blocked. Yeah, but he does this whole thing.
Yeah, no, I'm on his page. How does he have all these telescopes? And
I don't know.
These are thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I wish I could show that. Can I go on here?
Here's 3 hairstyles that teenagers should not be getting. So
these are 3 world records that will never.
Let's see. Can I really hate TikTok web.
It used to be worse, actually. The app used to be way worse, to be honest.
Oh, you're gonna make me log in. Continuous guest, David Shane. You don't let me watch any of those videos? Oh, here we go.
I gotta go.
All right, man. Thank you. See you later.
Go on. It's David Shane 83, I believe. Oh no.
Yeah, this is him. I have it here. I wonder if I have it in. I'll give it a quick look. I might have thrown his stuff in my Got a Light of Flurf playlist. Let's see. Domes in Antarctica. No, that. Oh, here's one. That's David.
For David Shane 83. Go check out his page. It's hilarious. Today we just caught him in a completely blatant lie.
What you're looking at here is one of the new James Webb Space Telescope images. Look at this. I think this is more of an IQ test than it was anything else, and all of you that believe these images were real, you failed miserably.
So right off the bat, he's lying. That's the galaxy cluster Abell 370. That was photographed by the Hubble Space Telescope, not the new James Webb Telescope. This was taken back in 2009. So why is he telling you back in October, 2 months ago, that this was taken by James Webb? You're also going to notice this looks vastly different from the image he's showing you. Let's see why. All he did was crop out the center, then jack up the tint and saturation, and then lie and tell you it was a James Webb image. Let's look. I took that image I just showed you from Hubble and did the same exact thing. Looks eerily familiar, doesn't it? He's blatantly lying to everybody, while the whole mantra of his page is he's the only astrophotographer telling you the truth and showing you the real way the universe is. I'm trying so hard to you, the one person who's willing to... And then he goes on to say, no photographs of the stars in the sky look like this. Well, David, Mr. Astrophotographer, those are galaxies. They're not going to look like photographing individual stars. But shouldn't you know that if you're an astrophotographer?
Yeah, I love this guy. I had so much fun with him before he blocked me. Oh, David. I wish I had the one with the little swimming bugs. That was so funny. Is this it?
The Earth isn't flat, but this astrophotographer seems to think it is. Yeah, you heard me right. Meet David. Angels.
This is the first video.
Exposure whatsoever. And before you go and say, oh, that's just how...
God, there's so much music over this.
Well, I can make it look like...
Why is there so much music over
this
this?
too. But in order to capture photos like this right here, you have to manipulate the exposure and the brightness and the contrast.
So I write, manipulate the exposure. You mean adjust it so it's not overexposed. And he writes back, no, it's not overexposed, or all the other stars would also be overexposed. Genius. The fact that I don't understand that shows how little I know. He blocked me after this, by the way. So you tell me. I'm no expert. I'm certainly not an astrophotographer that has a $20,000 telescope as he claims to have. However, I understand that if this object is brighter than this object can be overexposed in the picture. It depends on your ISO settings. So
this was his big thing. It wasn't the focus. It was the exposing, overexposing. He thought you shouldn't expose the picture for the thing you want to see because that was manipulation. Even though you're exposing it to see the planet, so you can see it without it being overexposed and blown up, blown out. Yeah. So he was trying to say to me that this is the natural way we see it through the telescope. So this is just how it looks in reality. Couldn't be the optics.
Is he claiming?
All right.
I don't know. I do sports photography like on top of my job. Like I train kids and athletes and stuff. So I do have to do show up at games sometimes and end up, if I'm not coaching, I have to take photos for our program, right? Like it took me hours and hours. Like I do a little bit about cameras, but hours and hours to understand proper exposure, proper shutter speed for different effects, proper f-stops, what kind of lens you need, all that stuff. And all these people are spending, that guy spent at least $30,000 on those telescopes.
Yeah.
With the camera and stuff. And he doesn't understand to expose for the image you want to see.
The image you want to see? I know that, and I just take pictures with my camera phone. You know what I mean? Like you need to expose for the thing you're trying to photograph. It doesn't even... So that to me just immediately exposed him as a grifter. He can't be that dumb. You own all that equipment and take all those pictures. You just can't be.
Maybe you are. Maybe you are. I don't know. My dad was an engineer, and he knew a lot of really dumb people that spent a lot of money on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So it's crazy.
It's been a while since I've been on this page. Yeah, he loves these. Looks like a UFO. Don't focus it. It's Beetlejuice. Oh, he did a great one. Oh, do I have that one? He did a great one. Oh, we got to get back to the debate. He did a great one where he was like, we're not zooming through space, 66 million miles per hour, whatever it is. He's like, if we were, we'd see all the stars shooting past us. And then he put up I don't know if you're old enough, like back in the day we had Windows screensavers.
Oh, yeah.
With the star field. And he put that up, and then they just like put a picture of Jupiter in the middle. And he was like, "This is what we would see looking at the sky," and everything was zooming by us like a Star Trek warp. It was fucking hilarious.
I just like they don't.
All right.
Their brains just don't work, because like one of the really cool ways to, I don't remember the word for it, but like to talk about like the relative speed of everything and how things move depending on how far they are, is like if you're driving on like maybe a raised highway or a bridge or something, and there's buildings in the foreground, skyscrapers, etc. The farther places, the farther buildings will move relatively slower depending on the distance, even if like they're not moving. Now imagine if they had motion to them as well.
Yeah,
they wouldn't move quickly at all. Like
imagine if they were following you, right?
That,
like
yeah.
moving with you, right? Yeah. All right, let's get back to this.
They have. And
long way to go.
that's kind of where things stand. And I'm really glad that we did this. And I just hope that people will be able to see that the Flat Earth community does not have answers for what we brought back. And so I think that the final experiment has definitely ended Flat Earth. Thank you.
These are final
Thank you very much for both of those closings. We're going to jump into the Q&A, in fact, folks. So we're going to try to move fast. If you guys, gentlemen, because we do actually have a lot already, if you're able to keep your rebuttals to a very slim minimum. Otherwise, if we have rebuttals on
A maritime unit, it was 5.
We're provided the 24-hour live as promised. I'll give you a chance to respond. Will.
Sure. This is a falsehood that's being spread around the Flat Earth community. Don't believe me, though. Ask Austin Whitsitt, ask Jaron Campanella, ask Lisbeth Acosta. We never said we would be able to do a 24-hour live stream. We weren't even sure we'd be able to live stream. I purchased a very expensive Starlink unit, a maritime unit. It was $5,000. It barely fit in my suitcase to hope that we could live stream at all. So we never promised that, and that unfortunately is a falsehood being spread in the Flat Earth community.
This one come. Artorius says, Nathan, how many elementary school? Let's see. This one from Yalda Boath. We're looking for serious questions. They say flat or round is still a Masonic prison. Either of you know what that means? This one from Yalda Boath says, it's the public. They say, Nathan looks like a January 6th hardened criminal. You weren't there, were you? This one from Burnham says, put this toward, let's see, thanks for your kind support. Mr. E-Man says, does Nathan know that Flat Earth is what is making average people like me feel smart and give intelligent people a good laugh?
He's just thumbs upping.
Oh, I thought the screen was frozen. All right, this one. Kango44 says, prediction. 2 minutes into Will's opening statement, Nathan will just go to his script.
Already did.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it as well. Mr. E-Man says, got that one. They also said, never buy or use the Sun, Moon, Flat Earth Clock app. It is insecure and collects data that can be accessed easily. This one from Heaven Stalking says, stop dodging the 24-hour sun, Nathan. Explain it or game over.
James is so dramatic.
What the sun does is has no relevance on the shape of the Earth. You can test the Earth yourself, guys. Large bodies of water do not curve.
I think they're saying, earlier it came up, where I think you were saying, hey, Flat Earth can give an explanation for a 24-hour sun. Like, we can explain that. I think they're saying, give us the how. Like, how does it explain it?
I don't know. I didn't make the sky and haven't seen it yet. So hopefully looking to get down there this year. Once I see it, then I'll worry about explaining it.
Oh, that's dishonest.
Kango44 says, Nathan, you showed lighthouse in your presentation. Why do we have lighthouses?
Yeah, we have lighthouses so boats don't collide with the shore. And the lighthouses, even though they're only 150, 200 feet tall, their light can be seen 40 to 50 miles away. There should be substantial amounts of curvature over 40 and 50 miles, making a 150, 200 foot tall lighthouse obstructed. They wouldn't even work on a globe. They only
Once
work
he
on a
goes
flat
down
Earth.
there, you'll go, I can make something up about this now.
Booba Sweat says,
I
"Did
live
Nathan
well
get a
within that
chance to
range of
shill
lighthouses.
his
I can't
merch
see any
yet?"
of them.
That was earlier in the debate, actually. Kango44 says,
Can I say something about that?
yeah.
Nathan, I am disappointed that you're still peddling Gleason's map. Gleason's map contains a lie on it, a falsehood. Here in the lower right. It says there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So if I were you, I would stop promoting something that's completely false.
Okay, well, the Bible says, do not take counsel from the ungodly. Well, and sorry, bro, I'm just not taking any advice from you, but I appreciate the consideration.
That wasn't advice.
This one from Artoria says, public service announcement.
It was a statement.
Down in the rabbit hole. Do I remember? Is that what Dearth's?
No, deep in the rectum hole.
Remember the name of it? Thank you.
Oh, I thought it was
They say
rectum.
their app is unsecured and is still leaking personal data. Do not download or log in. If you have logged in, be sure to email him and ask to have your data deleted. Booba Sweat strikes again, says, oh, we got that one. Kango44 says, Nathan was your proof that the earth is flat. You selling merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even. We have blankets that Stephen Alonso offers. We have paraplegic. He's a veteran paraplegic, and I help him sell this coffee. I've spent.
I don't even have anything. Well, here's all the things except for these things.
If you look at my Cash App, like $800 of my own money on his coffee because I just think it's good coffee. These are not my products. This is not my merchandise. I'm just trying to help people in the community make more money because then we can do more stuff and debunk the globe further.
But during his opening, he promoted his trip and his RV and his speaking engagements and all the other shit.
Megan Marie says Earth is a globe, but tinfoil hat is sick. Kango44 says, Nathan, was it hard that this time you couldn't just do your script like usual?
I don't know. I did my keynote speech, the same one I pull up every single time, so I guess he's wrong. You've been debunked.
You're saying no, I did do my script this time. Okay. J-Bo
I
says,
got my script.
At least he admits it.
They say, Nathan, this was hard to watch. Pair better next time. Booba Sweat strikes again, says, Nathan, if you're willing to pair it, wits it.
He looks
you
upset.
need more word
Yeah,
salad.
he's just getting shit on the whole time.
It gets worse, too.
This one from
no.
Rossinate says, if I actually examine what would be visible on my flat Earth versus what actually is visible, that might cause me to doubt. So I refuse. Nathan, I think they're saying this is you.
Yeah, I know. Like a lot of coping globers in the super chats.
Coping about
Kango44
what?
says, Nathan, we don't need to go find the village. Okay, we got that. Only joined to troll. Thanks for your question. Says, holy smokes, Nathan. Never debate anyone ever again. You lack any... I have to read some of them. You lack any conversational skills whatsoever and don't deserve to be on this platform. Terrible attempt. This one from Matt says, oh gosh.
I love how James
Nathan,
said he wasn't going to read them.
Ruined by Mark Reed and now by Will.
And then just
When
read.
will you stop debating? Because you obviously aren't good. Oh, jeez. You have to make it personal. Okay. Mr. E-Man says, has Nathan ever observed New Zealand from where he is, though?
Thanks for playing.
I think they're saying, Nathan, you talked about New Zealand at some point in the debate. And they're saying, well, hey, you know, you kept saying, like, oh, I've never been to Antarctica, so I can't really answer questions about it until I've been there. And they're saying, but wait a minute, you talked about New Zealand, and have you ever been there before?
No, I haven't been to New Zealand, James.
Why do you keep turning your camera off? What are you doing over there?
Lines.
This one from, I don't want to know. Zoomeray says, Nathan,
Meth.
do you believe
Freebasing.
in celestial navigation? Because that debunks your statement of what is measured in the sky.
Believe in celestial navigation? No, celestial
Okay,
navigation.
so if he's going to bring up
happens on flat Earth
triangulation and all that
because they use
stuff, we can figure out
triangles
where the sun is
to
on a flat Earth at any given
triangulate
time then.
using the sky, assuming a flat Earth. It only works on a flat Earth. Thanks for playing.
This one coming
I
in
got my
from
eye on a theodolite online.
the
They're
Turk
expensive.
says, what does the floor
They-
look
they
like
are.
in
I
Antarctica?
would never buy one.
How about the shadows on the floor?
The shadows did a 360, which is not possible on a flat Earth.
This one coming in from.
Wait, hold on. You don't think a shadow could go around someone on a flat surface? Are you serious?
But Nathan,
Did he really?
Not all 360 degrees, like from a 24-hour sun.
we do want to limit the rebuttals. This one from the Wicker Man says Nathan Thompson equals Pee Wee Herman. Will Duffy equals Mike Tyson. God bless you, Will.
Oh, I thought he wasn't trying to sell hats or anything.
Debate. Wait a minute. Nathan was.
Bonafidetruth.com. You get the tinfoil hats.
Not selling anything.
Gotcha.
Not selling
Thanks.
anything.
This one from how Boath says no. So Nathan shouldn't believe in the resurrection because he wasn't there.
That's why it says the just will live by faith. You gotta go look up what the word faith means, bud. Next.
I don't. But wait, did we? Forgive me, because I don't know if we ever. Did you answer the question about New Zealand though? Like, if you talk about New Zealand,
I haven't been there.
So much cope.
Did you talk about it earlier in the debate? I think they're saying that you did, and they're saying, but how could you talk about it then if you don't know, like if you haven't been there?
No, I didn't talk about New Zealand earlier.
This one coming in from Delta Boat says, so Nathan, Muck Gum says, Nathan, can you show any of these physical demonstrations you keep claiming you have? Show in detail how it works, not just assertions that it works. So I think they're looking for that like connecting piece, like the how behind these claims that certain things fit on the flat Earth.
Yeah, I just picked up the dome like 3 days ago from Joe Hamdy. I'm here in South Carolina where he lives. So I'm going to get better at working on it and modeling stuff on it or showing representations of what we see in the sky. But if you need, go tune in to Joseph Hanby's channel.
Why would you be doing any of that if the sky doesn't matter?
That's a good point.
Why would he spend $1,000 to have Joe Hamby send him this so he can model it if it's irrelevant?
But not only that, they would need certain numbers and things like very, very good controls, like for what's the distance of the sun, what's the distance of this at any relative time.
Yeah, well, it needs to do a lot, right? But
yeah,
it will never do any of that.
No.
Because I love it because it's like, oh, I threw my ring out. That would have been perfect. Like the sun comes in through the top of his dome and then reflects off his two-way mirror super fluid ceiling, which doesn't exist in reality because you just made up a term to call it something that sounds cool. And then it hits the dome behind you and he makes it circle over here, but that's going up and down the dome. Like it's reflecting on the dome, right? In like a halo. Like if you were in, you'd be like above your head like this, like circling in a circle, but like up above the dome and then back down on the wall of the dome. It wouldn't go out in front of you. It's hard to do on my camera. It wouldn't go out in front of you and come around.
You would just see multiple lights. And then not only that, but what is someone on the flat Earth model, what is somebody on Antarctica 100 miles to the east on their model seeing?
They think it's just, it follows you. If you move, your perspective moves, so that reflection moves with you.
That's not how light works.
Of course it is. But like if you're where they were in Union Glacier looking north towards Chile, that sun's out there. It's out there, what was it, 25 degrees in elevation off the ground?
Yeah.
Something like that. Don't quote me. I think it was like 17 to 25. I don't know, whatever. But it was, it's out there. It's in front of you to the north. It's not above your head.
No.
On the dome above you, right? So that alone debunks anything he's going to do from this point on with that stupid dome. Sucking that copium.
Doing it all.
Interesting. This one coming in from Much Gum. Appreciate your question. The Turk says, airplanes fly over the floor. Explain the path. I don't know who that's for, though. They didn't say.
It's a really good question because we know the paths of
he doesn't understand how
flights.
altitude.
We know them through flight tracking.
Don't they know that
looking out the window and
with
seeing
altitude,
where you are?
the pressure changes, right? They admit that, right? Even Nathan.
I don't know. It depends on what he's arguing.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So when you talk about planes, there's an I think it's an altimeter. Is that what it's called? I can't remember.
Altimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It checks how much air pressure there is and will just adjust to stay at that same altitude. Like that's a very simple concept.
They have to admit the pressure decreases as you go up, which is hilarious when they say that's what the dome causes the pressure, because you need a container to force the pressure. The force of the container wall is what's creating the pressure, but there's no pressure up there. There's no pressure against the wall. It's almost zero. Right? They have to admit that's real because that's a measured reality.
Yeah.
Are you over an ocean or are you over a continent? And so this is why I don't think Nathan nor any flat earther can make sense of that nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia.
Hang044 says, Nathan, instead of looking at the floor for 10 years, they say, did you drop your ball? Maybe you should have looked in some books instead. Mic drop. Alex Strand says, do you think Nathan mentioning red herring is a red herring or deflection?
Yes, it was, because what I was talking about was the exact topic of the debate, and it was the information that I told him I would be talking about before the debate.
Wait.
Yeah,
But he just claimed like 3 claims ago that you can celestial navigate.
Who, Nathan?
Yeah, but now he's claiming that you can't use those things because things change. Like,
well, yeah, that needs to go on the contradiction tracker.
You should do that in your OBS. Have a little tally or whatever. Yeah.
No, it's too late for that.
Doesn't make it not a red herring.
A whole long way to go. Jesus.
So go look up
it was on topic. So it was about the final experiment and our observations. So it was on topic. It was not a red herring.
Looking at the sky is not on topic for the floor and what the shape of the floor is. Will, thanks for playing.
Just to be sure I understand, but was there an agreement that the only thing that would be covered tonight would be things that had to do with the shape of the floor?
No, Will sent me his 6 arguments in advance. They all had to do with the sky, so I patiently waited for this debate so I could laugh at him. He didn't have any arguments pertaining to the floor.
Except for the South Pole, which you had no answer for.
You haven't been there. You haven't even been there, bro. You're talking about Narnia, place you believe in because someone put a sign up in an ice wasteland.
New Zealand exists even though you haven't been there. The South Pole exists even though I haven't been there.
Cool story.
Or is New Zealand a myth too, Nathan? Are you gonna bite the bullet on that one, or okay? This one, variety.
I got flat earth friends down there.
Let's not go nuts. They say, Nathan, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed? They routinely nose up when they are landing on a runway. Based on your assertion, it would still be climbing.
If they routinely nose up, then they're not routinely nosing down to go around a cartoon globe. You just debunked your globe with that question. Thanks for playing.
But just to be sure of the question, because I don't know if that was their question, though. I think they're saying, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed?
Yeah, the airplane cannot travel in the opposite direction than the nose is pointed. That's not how they work.
But I think they're saying it's an empirical fact that people could look up on YouTube. That's what they're saying, at least. They say that planes routinely land, or their nose is actually pointing upward as they do land.
They fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose slightly pitched upward. But what Globers need is the nose coming down around a globe, but they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pitched up.
They never get this point. They never get it.
Okay, just to be sure, though.
He's calling them out.
If you said sometimes they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pointed up, does that include the descent where they're moving downward, the opposite direction of the nose? Then?
James gets it.
Yes, they just tilt the nose up.
Yeah, you can see when he's reading some questions, he
drop in altitude, but they are
is actually confused on how they're questions. I think how are we even arguing this point?
Yeah, if you can land with the nose up,
Man says
that's
when
going
Nathan
down.
states that
Then you
all
can go
optical
around a
observations do
ball
not
without pointing
confirm a globe
downward.
Earth, he is ignoring all
That's the whole
reciprocal
point.
zenith angle observations.
The reciprocal zenith angles are measured from the horizon. The horizon is not physical and geometric. We've debunked that notion. So measuring angles to a non-physical, non-geometric horizon that changes hour to hour and day to day is ridiculous. Thanks for playing.
Drew says, Nathan, I think they're, let me just double check, they're saying aircraft maintain altitude via pressure set by altimeters. Stop using Angels BS. Neither of you know what
Angels
you're
of light.
talking about. High altitude equals lower pressure. You wouldn't, quote, fly into space, unquote.
Yeah, if you fly straight in level on a globe for 2 hours, which is what the pitch data shows, you would be 123 miles above the surface of the Earth. That's pretty much halfway to the ISS in just 2 hours. So
fucking
dumb. Folks, any more
I keep
questions for
forgetting that,
Will?
Will's a
Look at
pastor as well.
he's excited to jump in here, and I know you can always do curveball questions for Will, where you can say, "Hey, Will, what was your thought on Nathan said something earlier in the debate? What's your thought on that?" If you want to do that, that could get him involved. They say, Hahua Man says Nathan staring at the floor is definitely the brand. Were you staring at the floor? I didn't realize that during this debate.
maybe.
Okay. Icy Spin says, Nathan, ever seen a duck dressed as a human?
Spin.
What's this question, Nathan? What's this about? You got a duck suit at home or something?
I missed that.
Oh, no. Disingenuous YouTubers, pranksters, invited me out under false pretenses that they were working with the Travel Channel, but they're just liars. I don't know why Globers are so obsessed with lies and believing liars, but they lied to me and dragged me all the way out to LA, and then had me put on a chicken costume for like 5 minutes while they did an experiment, and I was laughing at them. So that's what he's talking about.
Interesting. This one from Ross&8 says, Nathan's contribution to this debate is like MH370's contribution to Southern Hemisphere aviation history. Nathan, that means you failed totally. Silva says...
So I got to pause it because I just want to run through this. We're so far behind. But I wasn't listening to Nathan's explanation right there of the duck suit. I was looking at the chat and doing something. But I'm going to correct him because I know he was incorrect in his explanation of what the duck suit was. They told him that duck suit would protect him against the microwave radiation that was being emitted by this communication device they were using to try to communicate with the other side of the world. I think it was China. They were trying to prove flat Earth by sending signals out and communicating with China. And they told him this would protect them from the radiation. I don't know if he said that, but I'm going to guess.
No. He literally glossed over it and said, I was just wearing it because they were looking dumb over there. Oh, they paid me to come over here and do this. So I just laughed at them. But you were in the suit. Like, what? I'm confused.
Yeah. Then he put on the suit. Yeah. No. That was... I'm not sure if that was before or after they made him fold toilet paper ply by ply to see how many folds of toilet paper it would take to reach the moon.
Wait, what? Oh, what?
Wait, what?
Did he actually do that?
Oh, yes. On video.
He had like... What is he getting paid to do this? He's got to be getting paid decent enough.
I don't know if they paid him. I don't know if they paid him to be there, but he definitely thought it was a flat Earth documentary. He was completely bamboozled when it turned out to not be a flat Earth documentary. But they said, here's the old adage, right? If you have a piece of paper, how many times can you fold it? Folded piece of paper to reach the moon, right? It's I forget what it is.
It's not that many times.
It's not that many, right? It sounds like way too small to be realistic, but when you do the math, it works out. So they were like, let's do this with toilet paper. Let's see how many times we can fold it. And they were on a street. It was windy. The toilet paper was blowing everywhere. It was ripping. He was like, all right, we got to fix the toilet paper. How about we use duct tape? We'll tape it back together. It was fucking hilarious.
For Nathan,
someone with some like base intelligence and some dignity at least would be able to clue in on all those things. But then again, I have worked construction. I've done all those jobs throughout school that like people always get tricked with stuff like linker fluid stuff like that and dumb stuff your parents probably did as a kid. But like,
I mean, they flew him out to California to do these tests. I mean, you get there and he's like, wear this duck suit and fold this toilet paper. You should be like, I think maybe there's something going on here. You know? Yeah. Just shows how gullible flat earthers are. That's all it is.
Why do you accept a plane's pitch data as evidence for the flat earth, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as evidence for a globe or against the flat earth?
Yeah, because that flight works just fine on a flat earth, and if they were flying around a globe, the plane would have to pitch its nose down to get around the curvature of the globe that doesn't exist. So they fly nose up the entire duration of the flight. We have the pitch data.
Well, just to be sure I understand, would you concede that they say, why do you accept a plane's pitch data? So you're like, yeah, it sounds like you're very clearly saying you do. And they're saying, but why is it, they say, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as evidence. So are you saying, oh, okay, actually, flight could be accepted as evidence?
There was no evidence in the flight. In the flight doesn't prove we live on a globe because the flight didn't go around a globe. They just have problems with the distances and don't understand that jet streams move faster in the south. Yeah, it's a total red herring. Nobody wants to talk about the floor. I remember back when I started flat earthing, people would actually talk about the floor. They would act like the floor is curving and then say, oh, look, the bottom of something's missing. Now they just don't even talk about the floor anymore. They just got the sky. They point at the sky. They talk about South Poles that they've never been to. Pretty soon, they're just going to wave a white flag because they're cooking themselves.
The Silva says, for Nathan, why do you
so delusional?
That Eric Whedon says, Will, what is the odds the sun and moon appears the same size, yet the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further from the earth than the moon, so they appear at a ratio of 1-to-1? They say, from the only planet we know to contain life?
Yeah, great question. I do not think that is very likely to have happened by random chance. So whoever's asking that, I would agree with you that I do think that that's evidence of design for sure.
Nathan, maybe you're in agreement on this one, no?
Yeah, we can agree on some things. What about the moon landing, Will? You think they danced on the moon?
I don't remember seeing them dance on the moon, but they walked on the moon.
Oh,
All right.
Patrick with the super chat. Thank you. Please tell me Nathan sings cries. No doubt. Don't speak before this is over. It's another deep cut. Deep cut. If you're unaware, you could probably find the video out there. It's definitely on TikTok. Hint, it's Nathan in his car crying while singing No Doubts, Don't Speak.
Says the moon's in the firmament, Will.
Matt K. If you have a question, let me know.
Wait, were they in the firmament, Will, when they walked on it?
We agreed earlier that there won't be rebuttal.
The expanse, yes. Not the fake glass crystal dome that no one's ever seen.
Trust Crow says, Nathan, how can you fail to understand that showing an observation is not physically possible on your model disproves your model? To deny the evidence that sits in front of you is intellectual dishonesty. Okay, Nathan, can you give them a little bit more? Can you humor them a little bit more than the move along finger?
All the arguments he thought that exclusively proved the globe can be modeled on a flat Earth with a dome just fine.
Where? When? How?
I think they're looking for that how part, though. I think they're trying to, because I think they're saying, you know, like someone say, yeah, these all fit on a banana-shaped Earth.
Wait, why does he have to have it on?
Yeah, it doesn't show you stuff on the dome. Everything's got to be completely black. I got to have it on pillars. I don't have room for that in the RV, so not going to be modeling anything for you guys. except for my flat Earth sweater.
That I'm
There
selling.
it is. More merch. Links below. This one from King044 says, Nathan, you keep saying, quote, test the Earth yourself. I have. It's a globe.
Everything.
No Tanks says Nathan is either a charlatan or painfully misinformed. There is no other option. The motion of the stars is not a red herring, Nathan. Quit lying. Come on, Nathan. You got to give him something.
God.
One word? At least plug your merch. Come on. Burnham says, Nathan, can you admit
This
all
was the point.
of Joe?
I think this was the point. Look at his face right here.
This
is it. This is the fuck. I'm done. This is crazy. Been destroyed. And there's still like over an hour left of this. I don't even understand what about. There was so many flat Earth questions.
Joe's work on his model is pointless since you wouldn't accept it on merit.
Crazy.
I don't know what they mean.
And he's been drinking the whole time.
Let me read it again. Sometimes it takes twice to read it or to hear it twice to understand it. They say, can you admit all of Joe's work on his model is pointless since you would not accept it on merit?
No, I can't admit that.
Matt K says, Nathan, could you provide calculations based on second law of thermodynamics proving that Earth is an isolated system?
Good one.
You can't have gas pressure without a container. NASA will tell you that. Go to their 3 Phases of Matter website. Also, if you go to their gas pressure website, NASA will tell you.
Does he think that area
formula for
needs
gas pressure
an
is
actual
force
physical barrier
over
to measure?
area. So if you don't have an area to press against with the force, you don't have any gas pressure.
very,
You certainly have gas pressure
simple-minded.
here on
You can't
Earth,
measure a
so
volume
there's
of
an
air
area
here without a
containing
barrier.
The gas. That would be the firmament.
No,
that will
definitely not.
But it's in his Bible.
I'm not your buddy, guy, says, quote, Nathan, there are only 3 groups of flat earthers. Which are you? There are those who are ignorant, those who want to rile others up, or trolls, and subversives who seek to burn the system down.
I'm one of the evangelical flat earthers that go out and share the good news. We don't live on a cartoon tilted ball, and they're stealing your money, $70 million a day. Let's get some of that back.
Fair, so you're doing it for the taxpayer, okay? Fair.
You know what's crazy? They keep always bring that up, like that $70 billion
I know I'm being a little
or
bit
whatever that number
sarcastic
is.
toward Nathan. It just makes the
like there's so much stuff that NASA and like space exploration has like brought to everyone's daily lives.
Oh yeah, I bet like half the stuff in that RV is born out of the space program.
Yeah,
and
like one of the biggest things that I didn't know about was battery powered power tools, which is massive.
That is huge. There's definitely
it's a massive thing.
Yeah, but also to possibly go along with that is I'm not sure Nathan's ever paid taxes in his life, so there's that.
The Q&A a little bit more fun and playful, because I saw someone in chat saying you're too hard on Nathan. He's tough. Look at him. He can take it. Farron Salas says, Nathan, you are quick to define fallacies. Will you be as quick to put forth a testable flat Earth model?
It's right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, we can model pretty much everything. Flat Earth is like a Victoria's Secret catalog when it comes to models. We can model ocean currents with magnetohydrodynamics. We can model gas pressure gradients inside a closed system. We can model hurricanes. We can model sundogs, star trails, 24-hour sun in the north and the south. We can model everything because we have a container. And we can hold water. Spinning balls that are tilted, flying breakneck speeds through an infinite vacuum of nothingness do not hold water. So we're actually the only ones who can model anything. Thanks
Were any of those...
Saw it coming.
Given that the topic is the final experiment, were any of those mentioned by Nathan just now from either of you? Something that is relevant to the final experiment. And the reason I ask is not to be like, gotcha, Nathan, but more so just to, this would be an opportunity to like pick one of those examples and like show how it's modeled. Like, hey, you know, how are hurricanes modeled? I don't think hurricanes are relevant to the final experiment, but any of those relevant to the final experiment that you'd want to give us like the explanation or the model, give us the how behind it.
I didn't come here to explain the sky.
Yes, you
someone
did.
asking questions about the sky over and over and
Yes,
over
you
again.
did.
I talk about the floor. He thought looking at the sky debunked what the floor is.
Yeah.
I came to laugh at him because that's a joke. I thought I was getting pranked. I thought at any moment Ashton Kutcher was going to come knock on my RV and be like, "This is MTV prank. We were just kidding, Nathan."
But but was there an agreement beforehand that arguments had to be about the floor?
I didn't say that because I wanted to show up real time and laugh at him.
But then why is it
add that to
you
the
make it seem as if there
contradiction
was
counter.
some sort of agreement, like that arguments had to be about the floor?
Okay, he's trying to end flat Earth, James, and he's doing it using the sky. He needs to end flat Earth using the Earth. That's how you end flat Earth. Well, just so you know, next time you spend $450,000 to look at the sky.
Don't forget about the South Pole, Nathan. I'm sorry.
Wait,
I'll
oh,
keep
is
reminding
James
you of
actually
that because you
like an
haven't-
actual doctor? I assume he must not be just putting doctor there for no reason. What was he a doctor of?
I have no idea. It's the first time I've ever seen that.
I just noticed that because I'm like realizing he's really picking up on very basic concepts that even Nathan doesn't realize he's mistaking.
Yes, and also I paused it right at the right moment where Dr. James Kuntz is is regretting his life decisions. And honestly, it's not good because I saw James comment in his comment section after the debate that this might be the final flat earth debate on his platform.
Yeah, maybe he is an actual doctor because I don't think anyone with any kind of intelligence wants to do this all the time. I don't even know how you do it so much. Ugh.
Wow.
I don't get it.
Why? Why?
I mean, it's enjoyable some days, but then there's other days where it's like, even my friends make fun of me. They're like, "Why is your TikTok full of just flat earthers being idiots?" I'm like, you start and you got to tell them they're dumbasses for an hour, and it's.
Yeah. Well, look, you're right, and that's why that's honestly one of the big reasons I came. I've been meaning to do it for a while, but finally started moving out to YouTube, just for a change. It really just a change of scenery. Like I love TikTok's format because I love being able to go live and then just anybody can come on. And then like you never know who's going to show up, and then they show up and it's a shitstorm, and then it's like 5 flat earthers in there and everyone's yelling, but like I do enjoy that, won't lie. But then YouTube doesn't have that. But like the whole dynamic over there has changed, and add to that, like I'm just really sick of talking to the same 6 flat earthers. It's just the same 6 idiots who keep repeating the same fucking 10 things that they have. And then you're like, you know, Chris T.E. Flatsmack, yesterday he goes, "Yeah, you want to come up here and we'll talk about those triangles again." I'm like, at least 4 times I've spent hours explaining triangles to you. How many times am I going to do it until I'm the moron, right? That just keeps doing it. It does become a little monotonous, some of it, but you got to keep it fresh, I think. I don't know how to do that, but I'm trying to figure it out.
Answer for that.
Yeah, I think that's the only reason Blitz even stays doing TikTok. He probably makes a little bit of money, but like,
yeah,
he changes the topics quite frequently.
Well, yeah, he does a bunch of stuff. He didn't lock himself in. I locked myself in. But he jumps around.
I don't understand, Nathan. Like, why is it you have to use the floor? Like, it's not axiomatic to me. It's not self-evident that like you have to use the floor. You can't use other arguments that are not based on it.
If the debate is about the floor, James, you should bring evidence regarding the floor.
Okay. If my room was so big I couldn't see the ceiling without optics, and there was a light circling up there, I could see the light. And as the light, like, say it was making a square pattern in the sky.
Yeah.
I could make an assumption. I could come up with a hypothesis that perhaps the shape of my room is also the shape of the sky. Meaning whatever that light is making a square because I'm inside a square. Right? There's lots of things you can assume or hypothesize based on the motions of things in the sky. It's just such fucking nonsense. I mean, I don't know why I'm explaining this. Everybody knows. They just say that because it disproves them. Right?
Super simple. I mean,
it's,
look at
I don't
look
know.
what I'm
You
reduced
can
to.
even, it doesn't take long to confirm how that would work. You just, they're modeling it right there. Literally behind him is a model. And
it's circling.
If he puts this, he circles the sun behind him in that dome.
Yeah.
And you put something on, you maybe put a camera or whatever in the middle. You will see what the sun will do. And does that match observed reality? No. Okay, now try it on a ball. Wow, that is pretty close. Now let's try to do it with accurate measurements. Wow, that's almost exactly how it looks.
Right.
Like,
and you can hypothesize it. You can say, I'm gonna buy this dome, and I'm gonna shine a light through it, and I'm gonna project stars onto it, and I'm gonna rotate those stars onto it. And what do I think will happen? You hypothesize that, and then you test it and see what happens. But guess what? You're never going to see what we observe in reality.
This is my life. Okay, I'm not your buddy guy. Says Nathan. There are only 3 groups of flat earth. Oh, we got that one. Farron, we got that one. Terrell Simmons says Nathan entered as a bad faith debater. Josh says, look at him over there. Are you texting, Nathan? Put your little phone down. They say, Will, can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is? Nathan, do you have a rebuttal to this? If not, you kind of lost the debate with your fallacy strategy. Will, we'll give you a chance. Can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is?
Sure. So, number one, this is the most important thing, which is that all of these observations and experiments that we did with the final experiment, they don't have answers for how those are possible on a flat Earth. And so if they're not possible, then the flat Earth model is refuted. Number two, celestial navigation, to my knowledge, no flat earthers have been able to demonstrate celestial navigation on a flat Earth. I know that MC Toon has an open offer to have a discussion or a debate with any flat earther on celestial navigation. Austin Whitsitt is on record
offer.
saying that MC Toon actually has a very good argument against flat Earth and for the globe on celestial navigation, but no one will debate or have this discussion with MC Toon. So celestial navigation, if it works, is telling us about where we live and where to travel. And so celestial navigation actually does confirm the globe.
My great and worthy adversary, MC Toon. We hope he's doing well. And that's Nathan's buddy, right, Nathan? Nathan, what are you doing over there? What are you doing with the lights out?
Sopping up his
Why is your camera off?
Yeah, I have a feeling that it's just
okay, this
doesn't want to pour alcohol on
this
the
one,
live or whatever.
I don't even. Josh says, Will. Oh, we got that one. Dave here says,
Because
Nathan, have you been
why would you
back to
keep pouring
Greenville, South
LaCroix
Carolina? What's
into
is that where
a
you're
mug
born? What's the story there, Nathan?
in intervals?
That's where I got
There's like
arrested, 'cause I
no
was
other
standing
reason
on a
for
public
it.
sidewalk, and I said
He just
large
loves
bodies
seltzer.
of water don't curve, and Glover's
Just
was
sipping
so
it, but only
triggered,
from a
they
mug.
called the police department.
wouldn't
and
just
the
drink
police
it from a
department
can.
Violated my civil rights because they don't know in America
Exactly.
you have freedom of speech. You're allowed to say things from public sidewalks, like large bodies of water don't curve. But yeah, I'm currently banned from like 80 schools in
children?
Greenville, South Carolina, which where I'm at right now. So I can't go to any of the schools at the moment.
Don't tell people that you're banned from schools. It sounds so bad. You don't have to put it that
celestial
way.
navigation
Just frame it a
book
different way.
depict
I
globes
was on a public
everywhere.
sidewalk and I said large bodies of water
So
don't
many
curve,
globes
dude. I'm
in
not
here.
ashamed of it. No big deal, dude.
This is the elementary school incident. Am I right?
So many globes.
Yeah.
We've all been there. Okay, this one from James Ketter says, lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor? How do you see the floor, Nathan? If windows in ceiling look straight up, show the looking straight up show the house across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor?
Stop eating paint chips, dude. Seriously.
Let me read it again, because maybe it didn't. Maybe the point just didn't set in. They say lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor? Question mark. They say, how do you see the floor? They say, if windows in the ceiling looking straight up show the house is across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor as a result?
That's deep.
I've never looked up at a house across the street, bro. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
Dear gosh, Nathan, are you trying to be difficult? How can you be so obtuse? To quote my favorite movie. Does everybody know what movie that is? Okay. Big Bad Mama, says Nathan. With a flat Earth model, explain the existence, and by flat Earth model, they don't mean wits it gets it, okay? They mean a flat Earth scientific model. They say, explain the existence of both the aurora borealis in the north and the aurora australis in the south. Is that what they call it there? But go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I would say they're not even very analogous. If you look at the north, you see these bands of light, like these rivers of light, and in the south, it's all splayed out. It's like a fabric of light that encompasses the entire night sky from horizon to horizon. And I think that's because there's something called electromagnetic ducts. I think that's what they're called, where they're studying the energy flow from the north out to the south. And as that energy flows outward, it is attenuated, which means the energy is absorbed or reflected. And that's why it's rivers in the north and fabric in the south.
What the fuck is he talking about?
And that is what they
I'm
call
pretty
it
sure
in
they
Australia.
look
Do you guys know that? Is that my understanding right?
the same if you're or close to the same at
Yeah,
least.
Aurora, Australia.
If you're at the same the opposite.
The drunk debunk
Yeah, they might
show.
like maybe
locations.
Thanks for
different
super chat. Said
colors,
Nathan,
maybe,
do you
I don't know.
still yell at
Yeah,
children
it could be
at
different colors, but like the
schools?
rivers
Already covered
happen
that.
all over the
He
place,
still
don't they?
does.
Like
Okay,
both
Nick
north and
says,
south, I'm pretty sure.
Your best argument is, quote, what's in the sky?
And I think the more northern you go,
doesn't
the
tell
closer
us
it would be
about
to
the
looking
ground.
when you're in
Ask yourself why
Australia or
everything
like Chile
up
or
there
something that
moves
is
exactly as we'd expect
more
on the
southern.
globe,
Because like
and not whatever
near
shape
Toronto, we're
you're
not that
doodling
north
in crayon.
relative to the south, like how south
No, there's
Australia
actually
is.
numerous observations
So there's going to be a
in the
different
sky that
view.
debunk the globe, like crepuscular rays, local light illumination from the moon around the clouds, and the stars don't intersect the marine horizon. If you take a time lapse of the star trails, when they approach the marine horizon, they fade away off in the distance. Not what would happen if we lived on a globe spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Interesting. Steve Marsh says Nathan shills his stuff so he could snort more drugs. Nathan, is this true?
Yikes, bro. Glover's in their
James
feels
read
tonight,
that.
bro. A lot of feelings policing here, dude. Jeez Louise.
Dave Fear says, Nathan, how many feet of curvature do you need to be away from a grade school? Okay, come on. Okay. They, Eddie Lips FX says, you sound like a DEI pilot. All right. Only join to troll says, who has anything to gain from lying about the Earth being a globe, Nathan? My question to all flat Earth, why lie about it?
Well, not only are they stealing $70 million a day, but if they can get you to deny your senses and deny reality, well, that makes you essentially putty in their hand because they can shape and shift and mold the world into whatever they want. So there's a huge motive
He keeps
to lie
bringing up
about
that
where you live.
$70 million,
and
whatever.
$70 million.
Water filters were created by
It's been
NASA.
so restrained,
Extremely important.
self-regulated, Will.
Insulin
that
pumps.
I want to invite you to, if
Extremely
you have any
important.
rebuttals you want to
Cochlear implants.
because I just hate having you sit
Extremely
idle.
important.
If you want, you can always
Scratch-resistant
for example, this one,
eyeglass
if you wanna
lenses.
say anything, you're
Maybe not
welcome
so
to.
important, but
I appreciate that
pretty
you
helpful.
haven't because you're
Like,
wanting
there's
to
so
make sure
many
you get to all
things
the
they've done.
questions. But I also don't want you to be left out. If you have anything.
They
All right, I'll
improving
chip in
eye.
if I
They
feel like
came
it.
up with the new
Deal.
eye surgery,
Mystery-
like how they do it with lasers and stuff. They're the ones that helped with that.
Yeah, I think they invented LASIK.
Was it LASIK? Yeah, possibly. Like, it's just, it takes 2 seconds to look this stuff up, and then you can confirm it. They do so much that has benefited everyone's daily life.
Yeah. And a lot of it's not like they invented it. Like, maybe they didn't invent LASIK, but the technology that went into, someone used some technology they invented for that purpose.
Yeah, like a part of it. Yeah. It advanced something, yeah.
No. Reciprocal zenith angles are measured with respect to the downward bias. Why does Nathan have to lie? Nathan.
Because he has upward
all right,
bias.
We're going to the next one. Debunk Show says, every time Nathan says, thanks for playing, the crucifix on my wall starts moving. Is this like they're saying you're infested with a demon? I don't understand. I don't get the joke. Rossinate says, Nathan, the course over ground path of a south hemisphere flight, for example, Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage, Vancouver, or Los Angeles, as they must on your Gleason map. Forget altitude or pitch over. Explain the path over ground.
Oh, look who it is. I like this guy. This guy wants attention in the chat. Is this, it's got to be the same what, right? With the question mark? It's got to be you, right? Commenting on my videos. Hey, scroll all the way up to the top of this this chat, buddy. There's a Skype link for you. Oh, no, it's a lot. That's hard for you. You know what? I'll just send it again. Joining. Where's the link? There it is. Here you go, buddy. Am I mad? No, I'm not mad. I just said, would you like to discuss this live, since you were off ranting in my comment section about nonsense. There you go, buddy. Click that little link. Hop on in. Defend your flat Earth.
For anybody who's new.
Thanks for coming by the way. Appreciate your support.
I do want to read it just one more time.
Oh, not interested, just sharing truth.
Just pay attention, Nathan. This is it is a long one, to be fair.
I just love how he said actual physics, but if we actually asked him anything about actual physics, he would contradict himself multiple times, or just be incorrect.
Yeah, this guy was saying that too in one of my comments. You deny all science and physics. I deny it. I deny it. Because pressure equals force over area. This is what we were discussing. And he says, no, obviously,
if he's running away, if he's running away, just come into the chat.
Yeah, he's in the chat. He won't come up into the chat.
Oh, come into the Skype.
I've already sent it to him. He said no thanks.
Oh.
The quote, force over ground path of a southern hemisphere flight, such as Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage or Vancouver or Los Angeles, as they would have to on your Gleason map. Forget the altitude or pitch over. Just explain the path over ground.
I mean, unless you had a bird's eye view from like Polaris or the firmament, how would you really know the path that the airplane took unless you're just believing secondhand data that the airplane tells you? So, and that could be all programmed to tell you live on a cartoon globe, so that Globers who are gullible will look at it and say, "Oh my gosh, look, we live on a cartoon globe."
You can also look out. You can also buy a window seat and look out the window.
This one from Ajax.
We do that with infrared too, and you can see over 1,000 miles, which debunks your globe religion. So
you did nothing. That was Jay Tolan Media who took infrared video, and he lied repeatedly about landmarks he was seeing. Got called out on those false landmarks repeatedly until he disappeared off the internet. So stop quoting Jay Tolan, Nathan.
The window, Will. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing.
This one from Ajax says, Will, how could your experiment end? mental derangement of the flat Earth?
I didn't understand the question.
I think they're saying, Will, how could, I mean, I'll read it verbatim. They say, how could your experiment end mental illness?
Oh, okay,
I think
okay.
they're saying flat Earth is a mental illness, and they're saying, how could it end it? How does it-
Yeah. So I'll deal with that. When I say end flat Earth, I don't mean magically overnight every flat earther is going to say they were wrong. There are still people who deny the Holocaust. There are still people who deny that the Titanic sank and it is at the bottom of the ocean. What I'm saying is that we're going to see a mass exodus out of flat Earth. Flat Earth will slowly die and become very minor and irrelevant. And the people that don't want to look at evidence and just want to turn flat Earth into a type of a religion that's based on faith only, while they do this and this, there's not much we can do for them.
You got it. And this one coming in, I'm getting so much heat in chat. This is like, I don't understand. It's, we're just having a good time, folks. I don't understand. Chat, let me know why is it that someone just keeps posting this super inappropriate thing? I'm like, what? The Megan Marie says,
Wait, what is he talking about?
Please take Nathan to space and show him the Earth.
All right, someone who watched this live, what is he talking about? Posting some inappropriate thing? People keep,
I have no idea.
People keep reposting this? What is it? What is it?
Nathan,
that must be why the chat
is not available.
Is not available.
Yeah.
Maybe there was like some TOS stuff in there.
Maybe. That's unfortunate.
Persuade you, if you did go to space, you went on a SpaceX voyage with Will in several years, and you saw the Earth as a globe, would it change your mind, or would you think that maybe there's some sort of hijinks going on, some sort of trick?
Space is fake. It violates natural law. That's why it's a cartoon, and the rocket launches are parabolic. What goes up must come down.
So, go ahead.
Speaking of space launches, I want to give a quick plug to Jaronism. Jaron Campanella who lives in California, and he's been going out and filming the SpaceX launches, and they don't show up at his horizon for over a minute after they have launched. And so he is arguing that rocket is hidden by the curve of the Earth. He's asking flat earthers, what else could it be? And he has received no answers. And I can tell you that there are flat earthers who are convinced about this and are leaving flat Earth because of what he's doing. So these rocket launches are a powerful way to show the curve.
Nathan, do you want to add anything as you take your final line?
The rocket launches are parabolic. If you look at the lines that come out of the airplanes, those are all straight lines. So you can't tell me that the rocket's going over the curve of the Earth when the lines behind the airplanes are perfectly straight lines.
Where's the rocket for the first minute and 5 seconds, Nathan? Before it hits Jaron's horizon. He's not that far away.
I'm doing 21 questions about the sky. That ended about 30 minutes ago.
Run, Nathan, run.
I do want to bring this up, Nathan, because it came up earlier, and I am curious about your opinion, because Will did ask you, and it is interesting. So I'm looking on Social Blade. If anybody's unfamiliar, Social Blade is where you can like track social media accounts and see, for example, how many subs a YouTube channel gets per day, like new ones. And Jaron, this is actually to praise Jaron, not to put him down. His daily average is negative 33 subs. The reason being, of course, that if I understand right, he recently changed his mind on the flat Earth. And so a lot of flat earthers are probably unsubscribing because they're like, hey, bro, like, what's your deal? But, it's not like this changing of his mind has no cost. He is losing subscribers. So, like, it's probably sincere. Like, Nathan, it's sincere, right? Like, what's your explanation for Jaron doing this? Is there some sort of government subsidy he's receiving?
He had to have known he was going to lose
subs. How do you explain Jaron changing his mind?
He has a flat Earth channel.
Yeah, I mean, people change their mind all the time. I don't really care about what men think or what men do or what men believe. The creator says, follow me. So I'm following the creator. And it also says, do not take counsel from the ungodly. So I don't really listen to much of what Jaron has to say at all, period. He's not even a believer, dude. So.
Okay.
Riveting.
This one coming in from Burnham says, Will, did you measure longitude line distances?
I don't know how Will was so quiet.
Yes, we did. This hasn't been released yet, but this is.
I mean,
we actually
I'm
did
not
measure the ground.
religious by any means,
I didn't
but
have the data, so
I assume it's because he's at least a pastor with some patience, I guess. I don't.
Yeah, well, yeah, he has more patience than most, but he's also pretty new to this conversation. But you know, I had a lot more patience when I was fresh. You know, now I'm straight to the. I just get, you know, I'm 0 to 100 now. But
Yes.
you know,
Professor Dave.
yeah. I mean, my tolerance level to put up with their bullshit is gone. But also, this was his debate strategy, right? Just to let Nathan sink himself, and he did. I'm watching this going, I wouldn't have been able to control myself like that. I would have been trying to jump in here at every moment I could, but Will was just sitting there and letting Nathan bury himself, and he did a wonderful job.
Yep.
I didn't bring it up, but Nathan, longitude lines converge south of the equator, which is only possible on a globe and is the exact opposite of what is required on a flat Earth. We measured the ground, and we will be releasing that at some point. We measured it both in Chile and Antarctica.
You saw imaginary lines curving and converging back into a southern point? Imaginary lines. You saw those?
Did I say I saw a line?
Oh, so you didn't see any lines, but you measured it. So
We
you
did
measured a line that you couldn't see.
We did measure, yeah.
You measured a line that you couldn't see.
We measured a line that people use to navigate every single day that works.
A line you couldn't see.
Yeah, the lines that Uber drivers that Uber drivers use every day.
A line you couldn't see, James. Did you hear that one, bro? That was the best part of the entire.
We gotta give him a chance to finish his sentence.
Hey Nathan, I'm gonna tell you something right now that I wasn't gonna release to the public, but it's too good. Okay. When I was in Antarctica, I was flying my drone and it crashed. And they can't have a crashed drone just left in Antarctica. And so the rules and the laws and the regulations state that it must be rescued. We didn't even know where it was. It was very, very far away. And so my controller had GPS coordinates of where it crashed. And so the guy that worked for ALE, Scott, plugged the GPS coordinates into his GPS unit, and it took him straight to my drone, which is about this big, and it weighs 249 grams. So you can sit there and laugh about not being able to see lines and GPS coordinates, but the reality is they are very real. You can't see the Wi-Fi signal that you're using for this debate, but that doesn't mean it's real. So I would suggest that you not laugh and look into these things a little bit more, because they work and they exist.
Nathan, put your clothes back on and turn your camera back on and answer, please.
Yeah.
Nathan.
Yeah, a drone is not an imaginary line. So you claiming you measured an imaginary line and then transitioning to some story about how you lost your drone. I already knew you lost your drone. Jonathan came on TikTok channel and told us about you losing your drone. So I don't know why you're like, oh, I'm going to share something I wasn't going to share. I already heard that story, bro.
And it's okay. It was found by these imaginary lines that are really close together in the south. So that confirms the globe and is not possible on a flat Earth.
Imaginary lines. Prove the globe religion. Excellent.
This one from Kang044 says, Will, are you a young Earth creationist? If so, doesn't that put you in the same gang as flat Earthers?
Good question. And the answer is no. So what people need to realize is there's a massive difference. Okay, sorry, I'm going to confuse people when I say no. I consider myself a young Earth creationist. I do not subscribe to the 6,000 years, though. But I say this, there's a huge difference between young Earth creationism and flat Earth. Flat Earth is denying a physical present reality, which is the shape of the object that we live on. That's very different than trying to understand how long the Earth has been here and what happened when nobody that's living today was there. I also say this, that I am more than willing to admit or acknowledge or cater to somebody who thinks that the Earth is older, because I just don't think that that's a very profitable debate. It isn't for me. If God created a tree in front of me in an instant, a fully mature tree, I could never convince anyone that wants to disagree with me that that tree is young and that God just created it, because they would say, we've never seen this. We know every tree takes this long to grow. And so I just don't see that as a very worthwhile debate. So I take the position, if you disagree with me and you think I'm wrong, I will go ahead and give that to you. We'll start off with whatever age you think the Earth is. Then we can debate things that have more substance and meaning to me, such as the existence of God and those types of issues.
You do believe in God, though, Will, right?
Of course.
We'll jump to the second question. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Know Your Realm says, Will, are you a traveling man?
I'm a traveling man.
Was that your first time to Antarctica, by the way?
Yes, it was. And it probably will not be my last.
It's pretty epic to go to Antarctica. It's kind of like, figuratively speaking, like the world's end. Like you're going, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's like certainly the least traveled to continent by a huge margin. So
yeah, it's the bottom of the world. So it's amazing.
Don't say bottom, Will.
I
You're
am thankful
feeding into their
that
bullshit.
I was able to help flat earthers get there. And we'll see if any flat earthers go in the future, but I am skeptical that will happen.
That's like saying the dark side of the moon.
Can a person walk on Antarctica if they take one of those
all
cruises
the
that goes
simplified terms we
across
heard
the
as
Drake?
kids.
Do you know?
Say that one more time.
You know if someone can set foot on Antarctica if they take one of those cruises that goes out there, or is it that you probably wouldn't be able to? You know?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you can. Different cruises go to different places. There's a cruise line that goes pretty far south called Heritage Expeditions, and there's some that only go to the Antarctic Peninsula.
Let me write this down. Heritage Expeditions. Because if I were to go to Antarctica, I can't go to the Holiday Inn. So unless I know someone there, I have to just do a cruise and set foot for an hour or something and go back to the cruise ship.
No, or you can go with ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, which is who we went with, which flies to the interior of Antarctica and has camps like Union Glacier. They have a camp at the South Pole, which doesn't exist on a flat Earth. And you can go camp at Union Glacier, you can camp at the South Pole by taking flights.
You might want to tell them at that encampment at the South Pole that they don't exist, because, says Nathan. But let's see.
I think Will should come out. I'm going to say it here. I think he should come out with a final experiment too. The final experiment. And fly flat earthers over Antarctica. Right? At some point on your journey over Antarctica, south will become north.
100%. I think the issue is we'd run into the same problems we're running into now.
Derp.
You bring certain people, the people that don't go say, that they weren't really there, or we don't believe them anymore, they got paid, etc.
Right.
And then you're just continuously doing a circle. The only way you could do it is just send them out in space and then have them see if they can figure it out on their way back, and just live stream them get stranded up there, and just like,
the windows are LCD screens.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll open the door and we'll just be able to walk out.
Yeah.
Oh man. You can't win in that.
You can win though, and that was the point. I think that was the real point of the final experiment, right? It wasn't actually going and seeing the sun circling. That was a fun part of it, but the real meat of the final experiment was the psychological part of it, the what's going to happen when this happens. You got they lied, right? Now everyone went.
Yeah.
They all said that it doesn't exist. They went, they saw it exist. Now they all say, those people say, well, it was always possible, right? It's all the psychological elements of it. That's I think, really the final experiment.
I just love how quick someone came up with a model that just contradicts themselves nonstop, like that dome that he spent. What did he say? He spent a couple grand on it.
He said he sent Joe Hanvey, the guy who created the model, $1,000 to send him the pieces of the model so he can drive them around in his RV, and display them at his gigs. So, yeah, I mean, the problem is their models, every time they show something, even if they can get something to work, they break 50 other things.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why I keep asking this guy in the chat what the elevation of the sun and the moon are on the flat Earth, but he won't answer.
Of course he won't answer. He can't answer.
It's
impossible. How does Polaris drop in the sky 1 degree per 69 miles on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
You don't have a linear relationship there. You never will. But they think because the Earth is flat means linear, therefore you have a linear relationship. They don't understand math. They don't understand triangles. They don't understand trigonometry. It's pretty.
But then I want to. Have you ever been on a live where you actually got someone to pull out a whiteboard and do the math for you, or do they just quote mine and find articles that falsify their bias?
Never. The closest I've ever gotten is that dude Chris TE Flatsmack. He won't ever show the math, but he'll pull out like charts and like graphs. But the graphs are based on globe math. So he won't ever derive the math to show how they created the chart or he created the chart. But that's the closest I've ever gotten is these charts from him. No one's ever done math, ever.
I always find that an issue whenever I pop into lives, which I don't do as often as you, but like I'll try to get them to actually do the math. But what they'll do is they'll go Google search something that confirms their bias or like has some part that backs something up, but then leaves out all these other things that they've been claiming. It just
they quote mine AI now. That's their favorite thing to do.
Yes, yeah, I've noticed that too.
Yeah, and there's one guy on TikTok. His name is Rip Globe.
Yep, I've seen him.
Have you seen him? So he spent, I don't even know how many hours, but it must have been days worth of time talking to his chat GPT to eventually convince it that the Earth is flat. Have you seen this?
I've seen people do it, so I guess.
Yeah. So now he thinks he's convinced a sentient being that the Earth is flat, or he thinks he convinced like a supercomputer that the Earth is flat, when he just trained it to say whatever he wants over time. But he doesn't understand that. So now he walks around with his chat GPT and he just goes on lives and goes, "What shape is the Earth?" And she's like, "Oh, the Earth is flat and stationary, and the Earth, the globe is a conspiracy." And
okay, I know you're a couple years older than me, but like, you used to do that as kids on MSN. There was an AI thing on MSN. I can't remember, and you would trick it to say dumb things, and then you'd be like, "Ha ha ha." This is funny.
Yeah.
It's not nothing new. It's
yeah. So and I pull up ChatGPT and I'm like, can I convince you that the Earth is flat by any means possible? And it's like, no. I base everything I say on facts, and facts is, facts of the Earth is a globe. Blah blah blah. So like, just because you manipulate something, I mean that's the best proof they have. Is a dude who manipulated a chat GPT to confirm his bias for him. He didn't start off by asking chat GPT to explain why ships go over the horizon, right? Or whatever other stupid flat earth proof they have. He just fed it data until it repeated what he wanted to say. Yeah, it's just fucking silly. All right, let's see what we got.
Nathan, you got to go out there yourself, Nathan, and you got to visit these people at the South Pole and tell them this. What is there anything that would
say it doesn't exist, James? I said
Okay.
you could put up a sign anywhere in Antarctica that says this is your geographic South Pole, and gullible globers will take a picture with it, a selfie, and pretend they're upside down on a ball. It doesn't verify that they actually live on a ball, dude.
Fair
Hey,
enough.
James.
Yeah.
Hey, James. It's actually not fair enough. Flat earthers forget that there's a lot more than just that pole there, which is the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station, which is absolutely massive. It's 80,000 square feet. And so there's only one South Pole. You can get there at approximately the same amount of time, whether you're flying from South Africa, South America, or New Zealand. That only works on a globe. It is absolutely not possible on a flat Earth.
Magical jet streams.
Yeah, this is the next video that I'm releasing on our channel. It is
Portals.
devastating.
Nathan, any thoughts? Are you looking up an answer on Google, Nathan? What are you doing over there? All right. This one from Steve
playing Bubble
Ameling
Burst.
says the Japanese Himawari 8 satellite takes a photo of the Earth every 10 minutes. Nearly the entire catalog of photos is available online. 144 per day, approximately 52,000 per year.
You know what else takes a picture of the Earth every 10 minutes?
P1000.
Your boy Nathan Thompson right here, and you can see too far. There's no curvature at all whatsoever. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. Specular reflections only work on a flat surface. Plane surveying assumes the Earth is flat for 100 square miles, and celestial navigation on the ocean uses triangles, which assume a flat Earth as well.
So the Himawari, which
So
you
much wrong
deflected
there.
on, Nathan, the Himawari 8 has been decommissioned. It's been replaced with the Himawari 9. What this person said is absolutely true. They do take an image of the Earth every 10 minutes. What I find is the most fascinating thing, though, is that they capture natural phenomenon that occur on the Earth that people don't even see or experience. So, for example, there was an underwater volcano called the Hunga Tonga, which erupted in the middle of the ocean, and people didn't even know that it happened until much later when there was like a tsunami. And so the Himawari 9 had a picture of the Hunga Tonga explosion before the sound of the volcano was heard in New Zealand. So there is no answer from flat earthers for the Himawari 9. There is none.
You could easily take real data and superimpose it onto a globe and just say, look, guys, you live on a globe. They had that technology back in the 70s, bro. So.
Wow.
Thanks for playing.
Ajax says, Will, you feel good owning the intellectually disabled. Oh, come on. He's sitting right here. Look, Nathan. All right. You've been a good sport, Nathan. We've been teasing you a lot, so we do appreciate you
All
being
right,
here
James,
as
you know,
well.
it says, blessed are you when men curse you and revile you and speak all kind of evil against you falsely for my name's sake. So I'm just sitting up here telling people they could test the earth. I've done it for 10 years, and all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. So that's fine. I'm cool with it. It's no big deal. It's been the case for about 10 years.
To be fair, in this context, I don't think that they're making fun of you for your being a Christian, or I think they're saying it's because of your flat Earth position. Variety Tube Chan says, Will, how does it feel to sacrifice so much time and money to graciously invite flat earthers to Antarctica just to have them stubbornly persist in their invincible ignorance, aka their flat Earth stance?
Did you go out and buy that?
Here's the deal.
I did.
If the final experiment
The surveying
rescues one person
operation-
out
I
of
guess
flat
I might
Earth,
as well
it's
pause-
worth it,
pause
and that's already happened.
Plane surveying is talking about horizontal angles, not vertical angles. Horizontal angles, guys. So yes, it's assumed flat. Horizontal angles. Vertical angles is the surveying operation of leveling. And that takes into account the curvature of the spheroidal Earth in both plane and geodetic surveying. Leveling is the operation that takes into account curvature of the Earth and is required over 1,000 feet. So, what the fuck he's talking about? Yes, I bought this because I wanted to read more about it, honestly. But I saw there's a guy, Baron. You know Baron.
Yeah, I know Baron. Baron and I have talked before too.
Baron always shows this. He has like a soft cover version. I saw him showing it a bunch of times, and I was like, let me see if I can find that book. So I found it on eBay, pretty cheap. But yeah, it's I showed this the other day. I was live. It shows you all the curvature. Here's the is how they add curvature into their elevation angles.
Yep.
Right. Which is, this is how you measure it. Probably can't see any of this. I need to get a closer camera. So for distances beyond 1,000 feet, the effects of curvature and refraction must be considered and applied. So when they take their measurements, they're using, these are the elevation angles, right? Not plane survey. Yeah. Right. So E to F is required there by estimating the Earth's curvature, and you use these estimates.
Yeah, he actually he went through the whole thing. I think all the time actually, but he went through that exact thing and showed everyone. And then a couple flat earthers were like, "No, that doesn't make any sense." And he was like, "Okay, can you explain the math behind it? Like, show us the math." And they were like, "No, that's not how triangles work." I think that was the response.
Not how triangles
work. Maybe they said, "Oh, you can't have a right angle on a flat or on a globe. It doesn't work."
Yeah, that's their talking point.
Yeah.
Can't have a right angle on it. Well, you can have a tangent, which would be, your angle measurement. All right, so let's continue.
And I can tell you right now that Jaron being out of flat Earth has completely changed his life. And just the one thing that I need to hear to know all of this was a massive success is that he's no longer going to teach his son that we live on a flat Earth. So that right there is enough. Everything else is icing on the cake, and it's been just a wild success, way more than I could have ever imagined.
You're saving the world one flat earther at a time. Well, keep up the good work.
It's crazy that Jaron did change his position, because I remember Jaron's been around since before modern day debate, and that was his shtick. Is he used to debate like Aaron Ra on Flat versus Globe on the Non Sequitur show. Anybody in chat remember that? So it is interesting.
James, I remember when Aaron Ra ran away 10 minutes into the debate with me, and then I just did question and answer for an hour and a half with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, he admitted he didn't have any proof of the R value before he left. That was great.
I don't know if he said that, but Bass Guitar says, how does Nathan know the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth? Has he been there?
Well, I didn't make the claim that the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth, but if you look at the motion of
wait. Did he just say if you look at the motion of the celestial bodies?
Center, even the planets make
I'm
perfect
confused.
geometric shapes on a flat Earth.
I might be ahead of you on my video.
Experiment
but
rescues one person.
I swear, hasn't he been saying you can't look up
he didn't have any proof of the
ground
before he left.
Let's see.
That was great.
I don't know if he said that.
I think I might be ahead of you because I'm trying not to double listen to you. So I have a separate video up.
How does Nathan know the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth? Has he been there?
Well, I didn't make the claim that the North Pole is the center of the flat Earth, but if you look at the motion of the celestial bodies, everything is moving from east to west around polar center. Even the planets make perfect geometric shapes on a flat Earth orbiting around Polaris. And the Globers say the sun is the center of the solar system, even though they make perfect geometric orbits. If you look into the Mercury problem, they actually had a problem explaining Mercury's retrograde movement on the globe religion because it just appears to stop and start going backwards. So that's where you get bendy, warpy space-time and dark matter and dark energy and all the things in the globe religion that you can't see, test, or verify experimentally.
Can you just say we don't understand why retrograde motion happens?
Don't forget to hit that like button. Max V says, for Will, would you prefer to debate an actual adult and not a child who doesn't even understand how airplanes fly?
Oh, Will Duffy calls him out about the ground stuff.
I will say this, Nathan Thompson, if anybody wants to rewind when they're watching this later, he just made a claim about the ground based on the lights in the sky. He made a claim that there's a physical North Pole because of how the lights in the sky rotate. So it shows he understands the lights in the sky tell us a lot about the Earth we live on.
Uh-oh, Nathan.
I got to timestamp that.
Yeah,
Nathan,
I'm cooked.
Yeah.
Hour
did
48.
you violate your own rule that you made up earlier? Or
No, I was just
That
saying
is,
that the solar system is not.
that's a
sun-centered,
massive
it's
contradiction. That just
Polaris-centered
breaks
because
his
everything
entire
we see in the
argument.
sky moves around
For a lot of what he's
Polaris. And you can
said
line
the whole
up
debate.
giant megalithic structures like the Georgia Guidestones with that stationary pole star Polaris, which is what Polaris means, pole star. And you can observe all the constellations.
Why is he bringing up time zones again? Time zones are selected by government and
Why is
like the people.
Yeah, well, why is he talking about Polaris? I think you are ahead of me. Why is he talking about Polaris? He's talking about Polaris. So he's bringing up when he filmed Polaris through the Georgia Guidestones hole.
Yeah.
Why is he looking at the sky?
We have 36 in the north, 52 in the south. Make sense on a globe religion. We have more time zones in the south than we do in the north. So everything matches up with a flat Earth celestially. That's why the Ptolemaic model was unchanged for 1,400 years. And the globe religion reinvents itself every 2 months.
Yeah,
Nick
he's
says, Will, what do you think
he's
is the main
floundering
reason
now.
flat earthers refuse to accept
This
evidence, no matter how clear it is? Why the mental block?
Yeah, this is a tough one that if I had the answer for, I would do something that would work. But I do think that there is a bit of Gnosticism inside the flat earth community where they think that they have this special knowledge. And I will give them credit that they do believe that they have uncovered this conspiracy of truth being hidden from the world. And so they're, wearing the cape of bringing the truth to everybody. So I will give them credit there. But I think that Gnosticism is making it hard for them to understand and accept and acknowledge things that disagree with their model. And so confirmation bias is rampant in flat earth.
This one from Ajax says, Nathan, how did you study or learn physics?
Who said I know physics? I mean, are you assuming I know physics?
Burnham says, all of Joe's work is on things in the sky on flat earth, Nathan. Is this true?
Hour 50.
That's not true. He's done observations of the floor too. So, but yeah, he does a great job with astrophotography. He taught me a lot. Taught me about a Batinoff mask and how to properly focus on the stars with my P1000 and my P900. Showed me the solar filter that I need for my P900 infrared.
All right, Joe is great. We got it.
Yeah, Joe, I sat next to him for an hour, and this guy's flipping through his phone, showing me everything he's modeled, from rainbows to clouds to local light illumination from the sun, 24-hour sun, 24-hour star trails in the north and the south. Like, the guy has been doing a lot of work. I got to tip my hat to him, and just having a lot of fun out with all the flat earthers that I've seen in the RV. You guys are the best.
Wow. KS USA 1933 says, why is Joseph Hanvey modeling the sun and stars if they don't prove the shape of the floor, Nathan?
Yeah, because the scriptures say, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. And he's just trying to show how on a flat earth, we can model pretty much everything we see in the sky, because flat earth is a Victoria's Secret catalog for modeling things. Globers can't model anything. They can't stick water to a spinning tilted ball and send it through an infinite vacuum of space. So they don't have any models. They have cartoons, video games.
Do they not understand that
from dead people they've never met?
The tilt of the ball
I just want to be
isn't
sure
that the
the
ball is
original
tilted
point
itself.
isn't lost on it.
Magnetic poles. It's where the locations of the poles and how the sun rotates around us. Like, it has no relation to it itself being rotated. Like, there's no
it's
relative.
It depends on what you're talking about. It's relative.
Exactly.
It's tilted relative to its orbit around the sun.
Yes,
but this goes back to why they're confused about people being upside down on Earth. They're not upside down. upside down. Upside down's a relative term. Upside down to what? You don't know something's upside down unless you're relatively comparing it to something else.
Yeah. Right.
Now, if you want to talk about why they feel upside down, you feel upside down because the blood's rushing to your head. You know, that's how you know you're upside down. Your body's telling you you're upside down.
Yeah, your equilibrium tells you.
Equilibrium's off. Which
actually, really cool fact. Yeah, so I think can't remember.
I butchered that.
Fun fact about like those ski jumpers in the Olympics, they have to do like hours of like equilibrium training to teach their body to not know to know as little as possible when they're upside down and sideways and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Right. So you have to imagine they bring that up because they're trying to make it sound silly that someone's upside down and they don't know they're upside down. But they don't know they're upside down because if the only way to know you're upside down is if you're actually upside down relative to the ground.
Yeah.
Right? Which you never are on Earth, even on a sphere. If your feet are touching the ground, you're not upside down. So how would you know you're upside down?
Yep.
Yeah, I heard Ron arguing about that.
Oh my God, Ron. Bro, that guy's blocked me so many times.
I've gone full circle on Ron. I love Ron now. He's just a character. He's a caricature. You know, you just got to think of him as a character. He's not a real...
Just somebody with a...
He's not real.
Yeah. It's crazy.
This guy. That's Ron. Yeah, I have an action figure.
I'm not surprised. He looks like every single person that walks out of a trailer park in any movie ever.
Yeah, he actually doesn't even look like this anymore. He looks very homeless now. He's very unkempt.
Oh, it's worse than that now?
Yeah, his beard's longer and raggedy, and his hair is just a mess. He used to look just like... He used to pull his hair back tight. He used to like trim his beard. He's gone off the rails.
They say, you know, why is Joseph Hanvey modeling the sun and the stars if they don't prove the shape of the floor? I think you're saying, but you know, Nathan, don't you remember earlier in the debate you were saying that like looking at the sky, it's not a useful way to like learn about the floor, but it sounds like you just 20 seconds ago said that like there are all these ways in which the sky corroborates the floor being flat.
He's not trying to prove what the floor is by modeling things in the sky. He's just showing that now that we've proven what the floor is, flat and non-rotating, we can also model everything in the sky. Globers don't have a model.
That would be a waste of time, right? Because you said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to get into the debate myself.
No, this is actually really important. Only the globe model makes sense of what we observe. For example, I mentioned this earlier, that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky when we were in Union Glacier. That was actually predicted by the globe model, not Joe Hanvey's model. And MC Toon actually took a prediction to Antarctica of the shadow lengths of the shadows in Antarctica, all 360 degrees, and it was exactly what the globe model predicted. Flat Earth does not have predictions because it's not real.
Can we see this globe model that you just said made predictions? Can you show us it real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
He thinks a model needs to be like physical.
So that model made predictions. What are the predictions?
Yeah, I don't. That's another thing I don't get. I guess it's something you learn as you advance through school, which a lot of these people didn't.
I mean, maybe, but like even in everyday life, like they've never heard of like a business model, right? Or like there's probably other examples. Like models don't have to be physical. A computer model, they all know what a computer model is. It's called a computer model because it's a model. It doesn't have to be a physical model. It doesn't have to be a diorama made in an old shoebox you had lying around.
Online.
That's another old guy reference, by the way.
On MC Toon's website.
I think I'm older than what you think I am. I think I'm in my mid-30s.
I was going to say 38.
A little bit older. A little bit younger than that. But,
all right.
Yeah.
Toon made the
Old
predictions,
enough
not
that
your
I'm just
globe
at
model,
like
your
the tail end of understanding where most of my parents would force me to understand that stuff, right?
Well, that's good. At least your parents forced you.
globe model is just a toy, and on the bottom
I had a
of the
conversation
toy it
with
says
my
not for
friends
educational
about
purposes.
the music my dad would force me to listen to all the time. It's like old military tunes and stuff. It's crazy.
Oh, that's crazy. Do you know what those are behind me? That's the real test. It's a little far away, but if you don't get it from the sword, it's over.
Oh, that sword's He-Man, like the large sword.
Close.
Oh no, Conan the Barbarian, isn't it? I can't see it from.
No.
Oh, I can't see it.
I wonder if it'll focus if I do that.
I would have to zoom in.
Oh man, oh, it's right there. Okay. It's all right. It's all right. Kids, you know, kids these days. Yeah. Nothing. This giant tank on the wall here.
All I can think of is like Voltron or something.
I mean, you're in the right era. Thundercats. We're going Thundercats. Thundercats?
Oh, yeah, that's slightly before. Well, I guess it's the same era as Voltron.
It's the same.
It's a little bit earlier.
Maybe a little bit earlier. I don't know. Probably it's about the same. All right. I won't hold it against you.
He made his predictions public on his channel prior to us going to Antarctica, and they were based on the globe model.
Can you show that model again? Because it looks like the water's painted on. Do you have a model with actual water contained,
water
or is
needs
it all
to be
have to be
contained
painted on?
on the model.
It sounds like you don't understand what the word model means, and I'm not talking about a physical plastic model. The globe model is based on all the measurements and observations that we see.
So like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, Flat Earth has all the models. We are Victoria's Secret catalog. They can't even get water to stick to their spinning globe. They have to paint the water on. So they have cartoons, painting, video games, and fairy tales from dead people. That's all the globe has. They don't have any models.
Hey,
Thanks for playing,
Nathan.
Eric.
Hey,
Really
Nathan.
appreciate it, Will.
Hey, Nathan, we're still waiting on the first model with an observer inside the dome. You guys have zero. You have nothing.
You want a model inside the dome?
Yeah, a camera in the dome.
All right, here's a model.
I'll model it for you. I'm the Flat Earth model inside the dome. And look,
This
I
might
have
have been
the
my
camera
favorite part of
in
the
dome,
debate.
Will, congratulations, you got what you wanted, bro.
Okay, show a 24 sun
When he
going
did that.
around you while you're under the dome.
crazy.
That's where you have to start, and you
marked that
won't
down,
be able
100%.
to do that.
155.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
A lot of stuff, good stuff happen around now.
This one from Uncranked Chevron says, Will, are you surprised
But you can
by
just
the
see that he's
Flat Earth
getting more and
community's
more frustrated, and Will's
unwillingness
just
to substantively
giggling.
engage with the evidence collected by
Especially
final
since James
experiments?
is starting to
Yes,
get
I
in on
am.
him.
Yeah,
I
James is
am,
getting in on it.
because, they call themselves truthers. They say they're just trying to go where the evidence leads and that all they care about is truth. We have delivered evidence. We have delivered the truth. And the flat earth community as a whole is taking this position that we didn't go to Antarctica, or we faked it, or the sun wasn't real, or Satan became the sun and faked us.
Gene
Austin Whitsitt, he is struggling to get his community to even accept that he actually went to Antarctica. So this was a shock that I didn't see coming, and it is the reason there's a mass exodus out of flat earth.
Interesting. And this next question coming in from 3Ron. By the way, if I'm standing, I just want to prevent my back from cramping, but I'm still here. So they said, Nathan, all evidence is used not just by the cherry-picked ground immediately at your feet. Having said that, it's an Earth has been measured curved.
The Earth has been measured curved.
Nathan, what are your thoughts?
The dog isn't going to save your live here.
James, you got to tell your audience, stop eating paid chips. Next question, please.
I gotta be honest, I don't understand that one. So,
Let's move forward.
The Wicker Man says, proud of being banned from schools says it all. Don't you think, Nathan?
I literally didn't even go to any schools. I was on a public sidewalk and I got banned from school. So yeah, it's fine. I don't really care. You guys can talk about it all you want.
Good,
No big
because
deal.
Jonathan Gendler said, yelling and harassing kids isn't free speech. Next one from Potato Man says, Are you feeling... Okay, we got that one. Josh O says, I'm very Christian, and I assure you the Bible never suggests a flat earth. Since Nathan refuses, how do you flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun normally? Or I'm sorry, they say will. They say, how do flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun usually? Like, what's their usual method of...
Oh yeah, their usual method is to deny it. That's what they did for almost 10 years, is they were adamant that it does not exist. And now that we have gone, they're now saying that it was Satan, that it was a giant laser pointer, that we were in a giant Amazon studio with LED screens. So they're just in denial mode still.
Yeah, but he said that the Bible doesn't say anything about the shape of the earth being flat. It says in Job 38:14 that the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Now, Will, if I press out clay with this flat earth seal, is it a ball or is it flat with upturned edges?
You forgot the word like.
So is it like a ball or is it like a flat earth with upturned edges, Will?
It's the word like means it's just a word picture. It's poetry.
Okay, but is it like a ball or is it like a flat earth with upturned edges when it has that word poetry going on?
It depends on what the earth looked like when it took shape originally.
So if I press clay out with this wax seal, it depends on if it comes out globular or flat.
Yeah, that's right.
This one.
Okay, how can I press something out and make it globular with this, Will?
You're assuming that that's the seal that it's referring to.
Could you show me a seal that presses out clay into a ball?
I can't show you a seal from the time of Job.
Okay. All right.
So I see where Will was going with that, which is fine. We don't know what, seals looked like back then or whatever, but, I think the better argument there is that the Bible's talking in metaphors, like it always does. Everything's a metaphor.
100%, but if you get into murky waters as a pastor, probably, and that if when you're arguing one thing compared to another, it might lead to more contradictions. And I bet you Will's trying to.
He's probably got to be careful with that. Yeah, that's true. But if the earth takes shape like clay under a seal, it's not saying earth is taking shape of clay under a seal. It's saying the earth is taking shape. He was forming earth as clay forms under a seal. When you press clay with a seal, it forms into something. It molds. Right?
Isn't a seal be another word for mold anyways?
Yes, it is.
Right. Yeah, so
it's not physically. That's what they're taking it literally. Earth takes shape. It is clay under a seal. No, it's a metaphor. It's molding. It's being shaped. It's being created. It's being formed. If you believe that, anyway, which I don't.
Yeah, neither do I.
Well, here's a seal that presses out flat with upturned edges, Will. Thanks for playing.
3 Ron says crepuscular rays are parallel. I have pictures.
The only way to duplicate crepuscular rays are with a local light, obstruction, and some sort of particulates in the air so you can see the rays. There's no other way to duplicate crepuscular rays with a light source that sends out parallel rays. If the rays were parallel, they wouldn't be crepuscular and converging to a single point. Also, since globers are obsessed with the sun, I would look into the UV light index. It shows that the light is focused between the tropics. Now, for a globe religion, the sun would have to be a laser beam pointing directly at the equator for that to happen. But on a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense.
Why did he just claim that the sun would have to be a laser when it's just what's the most direct? You know what I mean? Like that area is the most direct sunlight.
I'll show you why, because this is let's see, average globe temperature map. always forget how to find this thing. Yeah, like if you show them that, like they always show something like this. There's a particular one they like to show. It's not this one, but it's the same thing. It's usually just from the side. They like to show this and go, well, if the sun's over here during the summer, northern summer, and here in the southern summer, right? How is it all concentrating here? It has to be like a laser beam. This is what he's getting at. Why is it hottest at the equator when the sun's really here and here throughout the year? Right? It doesn't just yeah. They don't understand that the map they're looking at is a fucking annual mean temperature. It's the average. It's the average, guys. That's why it's averaging hottest at the equator.
Wait, they don't. How do they not understand that?
Oh, they don't. Oh, they don't. That's why they always bring that up.
How, I guess, yeah. You know what? I'm not even surprised because they don't understand basic graphs or anything either. So,
yeah. If you brought up the temperature gradient map in the summer for the summer solstice, you'd see a concentration of heat up here.
Yeah.
And down here for the winter solstice. Right? But when you average them together, you get this. It's not difficult, but they always fuck that up.
Sun is small and local and rotates around Polaris like every other celestial body we see.
This one from Angle of Elevation says, can Will demonstrate the 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a physical globe Earth model? If he can't do it, he concedes he lost this debate. Flat Earth takes the win.
Oh, he's just fucking.
Yeah, it's very easy. You can do it with a flashlight and a globe. I've done it. It's super easy. You just shine a flashlight on a globe tilted at about 23.5 degrees, and you spin it west to east, and you'll notice that the majority of Antarctica stays lit, assuming the South Pole is facing in the direction of the light. So yeah, that's super easy to do. Actually, let me just do it. Let me just do it real quick. So
yeah,
there's Antarctica. You can see as it spins. You'll notice that's Australia right there in pink. So if the sun was here, if you're the sun, you're looking at it. Australia has daytime right now. Now Australia has nighttime. Now there's Africa. There's South America, and you'll notice you can see down here, Antarctica the entire time is lit the entire time. That is what causes the 24-hour sun.
You got it.
Your Bible says the Earth doesn't move, so you showing the Earth moving goes directly against the scriptures that you preach. Just
Hey Nathan, the Bible says certain men don't move either.
Really
so it sounds like you don't understand figures of speech.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Messianic Jewish Beaumont says, Nathan, is Antarctica the sky or the ground? Thank you, Will, for the final experiment.
Chilly.
Antarctica is the ground. We didn't get any evidence that Antarctica was curving in all directions.
Southeast.
We went to Antarctica to look at the sky, and that doesn't prove what the floor is. Thanks for playing.
Only joined to troll. James, am I crazy? Did you use a chain smoke? No, I think that's Andrew Wilson. This one from Nick says, Will, now that you've been to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished your mission? Is the response from the flat Earth side what you'd had expected?
Yeah, I definitely have accomplished my mission. I gave them evidence. I gave it to them in a form that they have demanded in the past, which is very, very high threshold. They like to show very blurry photos of things and act like it proves something. We brought high definition video. We brought eyewitness account. I even made sure we had flat earthers there. So we gave them everything they asked for. Again, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so at this point, it's on them. But we're seeing a lot of flat earthers accepting the evidence and walking away. So it's good.
We asked for curvature, Will. You didn't pay attention for 10 years. We want some curvature to the Earth's surface. There's no curvature to the Earth's surface. So looking at the sky to prove what the Earth's surface is goofy.
Hey, Nathan, I got a question for you. If somebody wanted to show you a picture of curvature from a weather balloon, what camera and lens would you accept for that experiment?
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy, Will, because
Snoop
getting
Dogg.
high to figure out what the shape of the Earth is something Snoop Dogg would do. It's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. So we don't need to get high to figure out where we live. You could take an infrared camera or a regular P1000,
204.
save $449,000 on your trip to Antarctica, and debunk the globe religion. There's no curvature when we look at the floor, Will. Let me know if you need help testing it. Happy to come hold your hand, bro.
Okay, so the purpose of the weather balloon is to look at the floor.
This is where Will should respond
So,
with the chicken
you just
suit.
kind of exposed
If you're here to
yourself
come
there.
hold my hand, come do it in a chicken suit,
Sure,
please.
that you're not willing to do tests or consider evidence that goes against your claim.
The purpose of an infrared, and by the way, we've sent up high altitude balloons. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who has a PhD in astrophysics, goes on Joe Rogan. Isn't Will Duffy sitting here on Modern Day Debate talking to a flat earther right now? He's on Joe Rogan, bud, and he says the Earth isn't curved from a high altitude weather balloon. So asking me if I'd accept curvature from a high altitude weather balloon that doesn't exist.
Okay,
is
he's
goofy.
also
You need to listen
incorrectly
to the Delphic oracles. of
like
your
being
globe
disingenuous
religion,
about
Will.
that. What
Nathan,
Neil
are you
deGrasse is
saying
talking
Neil
about is
deGrasse
how your
Tyson can't
eyes
be wrong?
view
Are you saying there's
the
curvature?
curvature. Your eyes wouldn't view that, but cameras would because they're wider focal length than your eyes. Your eyes are like, I think it's 50 millimeters is what the equivalent would be. Camera lenses could be seen extremely like far from left to right, which would obviously view a curve.
Yeah, and he was he was very clear in his description of that, and he was talking about the Red Bull jump. That he was upset with Red Bull for outfitting his capsule with fisheye lenses. He was very clear that they were exaggerating the curvature of the Earth from there, and making it seem like he was way far into space because he was they were exaggerating the curvature. That's all he was saying. And if you watch his whole section of speech, he was very clear in that fact. The Earth is a globe. They were just exaggerating it, and he was upset they were exaggerating it. And he ends his statements with, "The Earth is beautiful the way it is. You don't need to exaggerate it. You don't need to pretend that it's something more than it is. You would have seen plenty of curvature from there with just a regular rectilinear lens, or even a wide angle lens, right? But the fisheye really distorted it, and he was upset with that."
And that makes sense, especially when you get people arguing about these things all the time.
Right. Which he's honestly not concerned about, and he shouldn't be. Right? I mean,
I think the only time he started being concerned about it again was there was somebody else on Joe Rogan that started talking about it, and that was why it got brought up when he went on the podcast later.
there was discussions of him debating Eric Dubé at one point, but he wised up. Like, not saying Eric Dubé would have beat him in a debate, but he shouldn't be involved in that kind of discussion. This is really bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, it was like when whatever his name is debated Terrence Howard. Not really debated, talked to him. Even though I don't think that guy's the right person to even debate him, but like he did it for his own gain, not to actually correct him.
The mathematician, that guy.
On
Joe Rogan when he came on with Terrence Howard.
He was on there for a reason to benefit himself more than to actually.
You think he was?
Yeah. I don't think he actually really. I know from our point of view, we understand the math a little bit more. So like he did kind of tell Terrence Howard he was being an idiot without trying to do that. Where
he was trying not to be an asshole.
I don't think I could have gone that long without being an asshole to Terrence Howard.
No, but I don't think
I
was trying not to be, but in the same breath was really being an asshole.
Yeah, that was a hard watch too.
That was. Because he was like, yeah, you don't know anything. You don't know anything.
I remember when he brought up, I can't remember what equation he brought up, but he was like, do you know what that symbol is?
Yeah.
And he's like, tried to, what was it? Oh, I can't remember exactly, but it was
Yeah.
hilarious. It was just so funny.
Yeah. It's unfortunately, that is Dunning-Kruger, right? I mean, he's so confident, and he does have some knowledge, but he just misapplies it, and he's so confident in his errors that it's ridiculous. But this is, so when he says you can't go up because it's the Snoop Dogg fallacy, we got some Snoop Dogg fallacy because you can't go high to look at the Earth, I guess. What is this? What are we looking at? What are we looking at?
I'm assuming this lens must be like 14 mil or something like that to be that wide.
This is actually this is a rectilinear lens. I'm not sure exact. Oh wait, does it say here?
Say the focal length.
It's an M10. I can look it up. M10.
Yeah, because that's something you when you're if you're gonna bring up stuff with cameras to people, knowing the focal length and like what kind of width or wide angle, if it's wide angle, so on and so forth, it'll really improve what you're arguing. Just because of that. Else it's a GoPro.
Well, it was a GoPro retrofitted with a M10 rectilinear lens. I'm guessing the M10 is the focal length, the 10 millimeter. That's
so it's a 10 millimeter. So it's a very, very wide angle. So you could even you can go figure it out, like what's 10 millimeter do at like a 50-mile view or whatever, like how much does it show you width? You could do the math at 90. It's going to show you this much width, like 90 miles up, etc. So you could, if anyone tries to argue with you about that stuff, you can actually find the math for it. Yeah, because a 10 mil, it's not just going to be like 5 times your width from what your normal eyes would see. I don't know what the conversion would be from like 50 millimeters to 10 millimeters, but there'd be you could find the math for it. There's math somewhere for it.
Yeah. I'm just looking for I used to have the actual website of the lens itself. I don't seem to have it saved anymore. But yeah, it's he used it because of its lack of its minimal distortion. So
yeah, because of how wide it is, it'll have minimal distortion. You'd have to be very like close to the edges to have any kind of distortion, and at that point, you've already proven your point anywhere in the middle of the view.
Right, and he's bringing up high altitude balloons, right? I bet everything I own that he can't name one high altitude balloon like video with a quoted or proved lens used during that high altitude balloon that shows flat Earth. Right, there's none of those all those videos are cherry picked. They're all fisheye lenses that are just cherry picked the moment it's flattened, or most of them are actually slightly concave. But yeah, it's sad that he brings that up.
From a high altitude weather balloon, because we've sent them up and there's no curvature.
You don't like to answer. You don't like to answer questions.
We've sent them up, and there's no curvature. Okay,
it's very telling.
This one from KSUSA says, is airplane pitch data and path secondhand data?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't rely on it as proof that the Earth is
What
flat.
guys just spouting absolute nonsense.
Camera to a large body.
But
of
he
water
referenced pitch data before as his proof.
Data is telling
yeah.
That airplanes don't fly around a globe.
This one from Nick says, Will.
We can't trust secondhand data, but here's this secondhand data of pitch data that proves I'm right.
Batteries here, guys. So how many more questions we got, James?
Oh, we got a lot of them, Nathan. I need you to plug in. Says, Will, now that you've been to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished... We got that. Sorry. Megan Marie says, we all know you're enjoying nose candy, Nathan. Keep your camera on. Right? Booba Sweat says, notice all the super chats.
He's fucking had it.
chewing
He
Nathan
probably did
up.
say that he's not going to do any more flat Earth stuff. Like I don't know how I would do it. Like
He did.
it's
Wait, there's the other guy though too. I forget his name.
I think the other guy's as good as a moderator. If we're thinking the same person, he did one flat Earth moderation with MC Toon, I think, but I think that was where that whole you know what I'm talking about. That whole situation happened.
Yep. Let's see. He said it in here, although this is modern day debate. Unless he deleted it. I swear I saw it right on. He was like, this might be the last one we ever do. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
I thought it might be right at the top.
Chat is full of flat earthers. Shows you who has the jobs around here. Oh my gosh. Sorry, flat earthers. We love you. Magellan says, Nathan, what nonsense conspiracy theory do you plan to make a pathetic living off of next?
Next question, dude.
Max V says, Nathan's position is simply Bible, snort. I don't even know if Neil would agree. I don't even know if Will would agree with that. But Duskstorm Gaming says, if the sun is in the firmament, quote unquote, how do Mercury and Venus pass between the Earth and the sun? Do they just shrink down and pass into the quote unquote firmament?
It's all magic
Nathan,
lights,
where'd you
bro.
go?
Magic lights.
I think Nathan's using the restroom.
Oh, is he trying to set it up?
Folks, if you haven't yet, hit that like button.
I hope not.
I'm sure Nathan's going to come back any moment. He's
no,
like
he
underneath the
puts
table or
no
something.
way. Says no
But
way.
do hit that like button as we have more questions we're going to get.
And I recorded all the stars rotating around this Oculus in the Georgia Guidestones. They built this 19-foot
We're
tall
appealing to the sky.
graphite megalithic structure 40 years before I showed up, and they knew that Polaris wasn't going to move because the sky is a map and a clock.
Yep.
We have a firmament dome above us. That's what's
208.
containing the gas pressure, so you can breathe. Next question.
Jessica says, God endorses slavery, giving instructions to beat them, take their wives, and how to buy them. Jessica's watching the wrong debate. They say, do you agree with this, or do you admit the Bible is wrong? It's kind of an apologetics question. They say, if the Bible is wrong, how can you trust it, Nathan?
Does he just refute all the
basically
measurements
the question,
over the
Kelsey.
years
Assuming the Bible
for
is wrong
where
and
it's
then asking me
moving?
how I can trust it.
Yes,
I don't think the
those
Bible
aren't
is
real.
wrong. Will does,
Oh,
because
okay.
Will thinks the earth moves, and the Bible says the earth doesn't move. Will thinks the earth takes shape like clay under a ball, but clay under a seal is flat with upturned edges. Will thinks the moon is in outer space when the Bible says the moon is in the firmament. So it's actually Will. You need to ask that question to Will, bud.
Magellan says, Nathan, you man toddler. Stop playing with your phone and engage with the grown-ups. Uba Swat says, you're the bad guy because you're not allowed within 200 yards of a school, Nathan. Shirag ND says, hey, Will, what according to you would be the final experiment equivalent to prove/disprove the existence of God?
Yeah, that's a very difficult one. Talking about something that is...
And we were in some port that 12-foot observation height. So I've tested it. You guys can go test it. The numbers don't add up. Math doesn't lie. People and governments lie. Politicians lie.
Thanks for playing.
Actors and entertainers,
I feel it
and
coming.
musicians and journalists on the news station, they're paid to lie.
This one coming in from Tom Willis says, Will, Nathan said he has, quote, friends down there, unquote, about New Zealand. What do you think he meant by that? Nathan, if Earth is flat, quote, down there, doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is a Freudian slip that flat earthers make a lot. They talk about it down because I think they know that we live on a globe. At least some of them do.
Yeah,
this one from
I know.
Ross and 8 says, Ghost Mantis. It was more of, quote, hey kids, come get this pamphlet. Give it to your teachers. Your teachers are lying to you. This one from Isa Martel says, Christian scientists tested and found it's round. What about that, Nathan?
Yeah, something can be round and flat. So I'm gonna have to teach that guy about shapes real quick, right? A pizza is round, a plate is round, a coin is round, and those are also flat. So something can be round and flat. Please go learn shapes. Then we can have a conversation about the shape of the earth.
And also, a pizza pie or a dinner plate shaped Earth would still look round from space. It would still be a curvature to it. It wouldn't be as much as Earth as a globular Earth, but it would
This one coming in from
definitely be round.
Aaron, or is it?
So that's the funniest part about their high altitude footage that shows it flat, right? Is
that how it's pronounced?
So stupid.
They say Aaron Raw left because you didn't hold up your end of the
Why,
debate.
why is this one guy still in the chat but not coming into the Skype? He's been here wasting multiple hours.
Because he knows he'll get dismantled in a live conversation, right? It's very easy to be a keyboard warrior. He's had his opportunity. He's not going to do it because he knows what's going to happen.
Ethan,
those are called, deep down, he knows, his subconscious knows that this is all bullshit and he can't support anything he's saying. But if he just types real loudly and yells in the chat, he'll get some attention.
You agreed to bring something, namely a flat Earth model, and didn't because you are not honest.
I don't have to give on a silver platter.
Why is he talking about evading questions? Just come to
the entire known observable world to debunk the fact there's no curvature anywhere I've ever tested. So I told him that. There's the entire
fingers.
This one coming in.
He must.
Aaron,
they're either manicured or something, or he's got paint on them.
Aaron Raw left because
not the nails.
Didn't hold up your end of the debate, Nathan. You agreed to bring something, namely a flat Earth model, and didn't because you are not honest.
I don't have to give on a silver platter a map or a model that measures the entire known observable world to debunk the fact there's no curvature anywhere I've ever tested. So I told him that, and he ran away anyways after admitting he didn't have evidence for the R value.
This one coming in from, that reminds me, folks, we have a poll in the chat right now. So if you come on over, yes.
Great.
Get your poll.
I don't see the fruit in debating the age of the Earth, but I will.
Sky near the Southern Cross. The world is flat, and Antarctica is its center.
That's right. The flat Earth has no answer.
Nathan. Magellan says, Nathan, is the dog more intelligent than you? Oh, come on. All right.
Is that the dog?
It's all on good fun. Seriously, we do appreciate Nathan being here. He is a good sport. I got to give him this. Give him credit for at least give him at the minimum, the absolute minimum. He takes a lot of heat from the chat. He takes some sarcasm meant to be playful from me. Stephen Ameling says, prior to the final experiment, it seems flat earthers were happy to use lights in the sky to predict the shape of the Earth. That is, regarding lights observed at the North Pole.
Like the Georgia Guidestones.
The final experiment, that argument is now discarded.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, is this true?
This is a great point. This is a great point. Eric Dubé said that a 24-hour sun in the north proves flat Earth. A group of flat earthers sent D. Marble to Alaska to film the 24-hour sun. So yes, their position
he's definitely
was
got
that
alcohol in there.
the lights in the sky tell us that the Earth is flat until we showed them the one thing they said didn't exist, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and all of a sudden, magically now, the lights in the sky mean nothing. But you'll notice if you go back
there's literally no reason to
Q&A,
only pour a little
when
bit
Nathan
of
talks a lot, he immediately brings up things in the sky like Polaris.
Nathan?
Oh my God.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Jooms says,
no reason to
Nathan,
hide it either.
submarines use a gyroscope and are shaped like a spacecraft. Therefore, space exists by following a gyroscope on a globe model. Thanks for coming.
Next question.
Mic drop. Go ahead, Nathan.
He said next question.
Nathan, all right, folks, I got to tell you, Please don't send any more questions because Nathan is inebriated. I don't know what he's doing over there. He's laying on the floor. Nathan, don't give up like this. Come on. All right. I killed
Gio had to go
Earl.
for a walk.
Hold on.
Okay.
218.
I'm watching Gio. He had to go
Nathan
for a walk, but I'm listening, dude. I'm
gets
right here.
lambasted by
Thank you.
James.
I killed Earl says there are more time zones in the southern hemisphere because China only has a one time zone enforced by the law, you doofus.
Bro, this is not worth my time, James. And you like expecting me to respond to all these ridiculous questions that aren't really questions, they're just insults.
Dude, well, I mean, doofus. Like, I don't know if it's an insult, but I mean, like, really, it's not that bad.
I just got better things to do. I mean,
I'll
what do you
take
want me
the
to-
insults out of the questions, but they are saying there are more
Yeah,
time
James is
zones
so
in the
over
southern
this shit.
hemisphere
Like,
because China only has one time zone enforced by the law.
Cool story, bro.
Okay. This one from Burnham says, Nathan, did Joe show you how he aligns his telescope mount to the sky? As a fellow astrophotographer, I know it proves Polaris is not in the center.
We observe everything rotating around Polaris. You can line up giant megalithic buildings with Polaris, and it's the center point of rotation. Even Google admits this.
No,
This
they
is how it works on your globes.
No, it's not.
Actually, this is false. Polaris moves. It is not the center of the North Celestial Pole.
Oh, look. What says Polaris debunks the spiraling spaceball model? Can we now look up to decide the shape of the Earth? More contradictions.
Any evidence in a move?
Yeah. Start.
By the way, there's a comment coming up. Someone tricked James into calling Nathan poo fingers. That's coming up shortly, everybody.
Trails.
Okay, well, it doesn't move in star trails. It has a slight oscillation, but all the stars move fixed to Polaris.
No.
Booba Sweat says, yeah, we'll just simulate a planet in a lab already. Max V says, quote, fairy tales from dead people, unquote. Are you talking about the Bible, Nathan?
No, I'm talking about like Newton and Galileo, Copernicus, a bunch of people that were all superseded by Einstein, who had a kinematic equivalence and said you could explain the sky on a geocentric Earth, which pretty much destroys 5 out of 6 of Will Duffy's arguments. Stop arguing with Einstein, Will.
Wow.
This one coming in from.
How
I wanna
fucking
remind you folks,
fallacious
we
that
cannot
is.
read any more questions. If you submit them after this time, we won't be able to read
220.
it. Aaron Armstrong says, my goodness, you have sunken. Okay. Aaron says, absolutely zero flat Earth models have an atmospheric pressure gradient. Nathan, your arguments are unsound.
Everything in nature, all physical matter has a gradient. The ocean has a pressure gradient.
Yeah,
As
with
you
no
dive
barrier.
down deeper in the ocean, there is more pressure because there is more overlying layers of water above your head.
Why doesn't
When
it have a
Globe and
barrier at the
Globe
top?
Face, anti-flat
Oh, he named me. I didn't even know he named me in this. Great.
Earther Glober on TikTok plays with his Legos, and he stacks Legos on top of the bottom Legos.
Just mentioned my
The
Legos.
bottom Legos have more Legos on top of them than the top Legos. So the Legos that he plays with actually have a pressure gradient as well. All phases of
Claimed
matter
earlier that
have pressure gradient.
it's equalized pressure. So is it a pressure gradient or equalized pressure?
I don't know. My Legos also don't have a barrier, yet there's higher pressure at the bottom Lego.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks for
John
playing.
says, Nathan, let's see. We got that one. Potato Man.
I've brought up this argument before about the ocean. There's no barrier at the top of the water. Why doesn't the higher pressure at the bottom of the ocean shoot out, push its way up, and equalize with the rest of the water? Why doesn't it explode out of the top of the water surface? Why there's no barrier? There's no barrier. According to them, the pressure of the water down below should equalize upward and shoot out of the top of the water. There's no barrier.
This is Nathan.
And every time I bring that up, they go, the ocean is contained in a barrier. It has a barrier. It's contained. It has sides. Okay. It has sides. There's no top. Now you're saying that can be pressure. Pressure requires a container, and that container cannot have a top. So it's not a full container?
My one friend brought up a good question when they keep talking about gravity too, about like how it's electrostatics or whatever, and like negative charge, positive charge, whatever attracts. And like they were like, what if you dug a hole that's 10 feet in diameter, went down about 60 feet, and then went to the left 20 feet? Would gravity then, or not gravity, would the density and electrostatics pull you towards the top part of the hole, the tunnel? What would happen there? Because now you both you have the charges on both sides, so you'd be equal.
You'd be equal, yeah.
So where would your weight go? No one could like. I've seen people bring that up, and no one can answer it.
They can't answer that.
Hilarious.
I love asking them why objects don't fall up. The confusion
when everything's the same. Yeah,
the confusion on their face when you ask that question, because it just sounds so stupid. Because fall means down, right? But then fall up, and they just go. But
these things fall down.
Like,
okay, why?
The density of this thing is more dense than the air here and here and here.
Oh yeah, and then they bring up the density. I've always brought up when people bring up the density, I bring up the argument of why does 5 kilograms of steel sink in water, but a 5 kilogram steel boat float in water? And they go, but it's because one's more dense than the other. No, it's the same density.
Yeah,
it's the same thing,
same material.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's almost like there's other forces involved that you have to account for.
How did you learn these gas pressure laws?
You can look them up there on NASA's website. I can show you that, actually, if you guys want to see that.
Website?
Here you go. Phases of matter on NASA's website, saying that water needs a container and gas pressure requires a container. That's why the globe is a cartoon. It violates natural law. Doesn't comport with reality.
I wonder what NASA says about atmospheric pressure and not gas pressure.
Tyler says, as a career pilot, everything Nathan said about aviation was ignorant or dishonest. Nathan is leaving the building. Potato Man says, Nathan, isn't your idea of, quote, Snoop Dogg fallacy idiotic?
Yes.
No, you don't need to get high to test the floor. Actually, it's easier to test the floor from the floor. I don't know why, if you're trying to test the floor, you would move away from the floor. That, to me, seems kind of idiotic. If it was curving in all directions, we would see that tangent to our feet, especially at large bodies of water, because large bodies of water painted on Will's little model take up 70% of the Earth's surface.
Why are they so dishonest?
And they don't.
This one from Shardock says, Pooh Fingers, are you done lying about specular... Sorry, I didn't realize it said Pooh Fingers. I just read it. They say Nathan Fingers. Are you done lying about specular reflections being exclusive to your
You missed the Pooh Fingers
doctrine? They happen on most smooth surfaces, even curved.
Yeah, 222.
No, you need...
Anybody watching in the chat... I think he did it. I don't think it was a YouTube live. I think it was on TikTok. But he was doing a live, and he went and took a shit, and on his live came out from the bathroom without washing his hands. So now he's forever called Pooh Fingers. And props to Chardock for getting James to call him Pooh Fingers on the debate.
Need a smooth surface. If you go to the House of Mirrors at the circus, which is probably where Chardock works,
Will's trying not to cry as well.
But the House of Mirrors has curved surfaces, and there's distortion in the image, so you don't get a perfect mirror image, a specular reflection off of a curved surface. You need a flat surface for that.
No, you don't.
The incident angle has to meet the reflected angle. That only happens on a flat surface, guys.
General E. Shady says,
It's not true.
Modern day debate. Your chat is uncontrolled. Channel sucks.
I used to play Nate Goose.
And I see Spin says, I used
as a
to
child.
play Nate Goose as a child. I miss it.
See you, Paul.
Potato Man says, Nathan, you say the math doesn't lie. Can you do the math?
Nope.
Nathan Nathan.
One times one is two, according to Nathan.
Mr. X, the agnostic, says, Will, are you considering taking people on the space perspective balloon to see curvature, the final experiment part 2? I didn't know about this. What is this, Will?
I'm not, no, but I am going to be releasing a video soon. Creaky, who runs the channel Creaky Blinder, is going to be sending up a weather balloon because flat earthers claim that if you send up a weather balloon, it will not show curvature. And so that's why I'm going to be supporting Creaky and asking flat earthers what camera and lens they will accept for that weather balloon. And I'm anticipating that most flat earthers are going to pull a Nathan Thompson and refuse to state what lens and camera they will accept.
I know what video that is.
By the way, Nathan, what you don't realize is that if you truly believe that we will see no curvature with the weather balloon, you should jump all over this.
Mr. X, the agnostic, says, Will, oh, we got that one. Evo Banana Wind says, Nathan, what is your highest education level completed?
2nd grade.
Nathan.
3rd grade.
Debunking globalism.
You got it. With that, we are going to wrap up. We do appreciate our guests. I want to give a huge thank you. Folks, the guests are the lifeblood of the channel. Check out their links. Seriously, we really do appreciate them. I know that, like, I tease and I play. Eventually, I will.
All right. Enough of that. That was painful.
That was. I have nothing else to do tonight, so this was enjoyable.
It was a good pain. A good pain. It's like it's like when you got a canker sore in your mouth and you're just like, you keep biting it. And you're like, oh, it hurts. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why we do it.
Here's the thing, Gene's been so calm and
intro. I don't want that. Where's my there we go. All right, man. I'm gonna wrap it up.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming up though.
Yeah. No one else was going on, so I was like, I'll finish my dinner and hop on. Maybe there'll be some people to joke around with.
Yeah.
Nobody came up though. Nobody came up.
It's not like TikTok. I don't know. Nobody wanted to come up. What are you gonna do? That being said, anyway, thanks for coming up. I'm just
Do your outro, I'll get off.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Take it easy, man. Come back.
I will.
So, oh man, I want to apologize to everybody for, my instincts are to apologize for everybody making you watch that, but you came here. You came here willingly. This is your fault. You did this to yourselves. So, god damn, I got some timestamps here of some doozies. The Snoop Dogg fallacy, fantastic. Can't go high to prove the shape of the earth. That's a new one. I never heard that one before. At an hour 55, he put Joe Hanvey's dome on his head and said, I just proved flat earth. At hour 50, he goes, I don't know physics. Who said I know physics? At various times, he contradicted himself by saying, first, you can't look up to measure the ground, and then referencing several things in the sky to prove flat earth, such as his Georgia Guidestones, and Polaris. 2 hours and 18 minutes, James calls him a drunk and says, get off the floor. At 2 hours and 22 minutes, James asks Pooh Fingers a question and then pretends like he didn't know it said Pooh Fingers before he read it. Oh, Jesus. And then there's just some other stuff. That was good. Oh man, what a debate that was. I don't even know what you could call that. The debate lasted 40 minutes maybe after intros and all that. I guess maybe only a half hour that debate was. the back and forth part of the debate. The rest of the 3 hours was questions for Nathan that he just kept dodging. Yeah. But hey, there's a kinematic equivalence to the stuff in the sky, says Einstein. So, okay. Do we know that Einstein was talking about a geocentric globe Earth with the planets and stars moving around it? Do we realize that? Or do we think geocentric means flat Earth? Because that's your new thing, and you're stealing the word geocentric and assuming it doesn't mean it's space and stars and planets in orbits around us. No, it's geocentric and also flat with a dome and God's little protective dome over us. Fucking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Let's see. No super chats. Yeah, what? I don't know. What is still in the chat just yapping away? Man, this is what I told him yesterday. That might have been this morning. I think that was this morning. Yeah, he'd rather just go back and forth over chat and a video. Okay. Why? Much easier. Just hop on here. Use this little thing. It's called a mouth. And present your evidence. Wouldn't that be way easier than yelling in the chat for the last 45 minutes? I mean, you could come up here right now and embarrass me in front of my entire stupid audience. And it should be easy because I've been drinking all night because this was a drinking, watching Flurfs Be Stupid live. So this isn't even a debate live where I'd be sober. I'm tired and I've been drinking for the last 3 hours. You should easily handle me. So, one last chance. What say you? Yeah, we know he's a keyboard warrior, but I like pointing it out. To me, their whole argument falls apart once they won't come live. If you're yapping away, just yapping, internet tough guy, but you won't come on the live to defend your points, you know you don't have a point. Lap bars. Globy is... What is amazing is Nathan found the one single person to pack a chute for him when he went skydiving. Wow. Well, they probably didn't know who he was, in all fairness. What is Nathan drunk again on his sock account? That would be funny if that was Nathan. Maybe it is Nathan. That wouldn't surprise me. Now, guys, don't run what away. We don't be too mean because we need them to hang around to have, be the punching bag. All right. Well, it's 1:30. That was long as hell because of all the interjections. Which I take full responsibility for. I can't believe you didn't know what the Thundercats was. Man, god damn it. Anyway, couple announcements. So I am going inactive negotiations with King Nico. I know I mentioned that I contacted him before, but we're going, we're nailing down a date. So that one's close. For Catzoid, he's being wishy-washy. He said he'd do it, and then he's like, I don't know where he went. But still working on him. In the meantime, I would expect maybe Thursday night, or yeah, maybe Thursday. I think Wednesday or Thursday, I'm going on Max's channel for an interview, so you can check me out over there. MXXXXXXXXD, that guy. So I'll be over there. I think Thursday night I'm doing that, but I'll let you guys know. Other than that, I'm gonna probably hit some TikTok debates up during the week and see what shit I can start. Yeah, Derek. Look, it's a different. You guys on TikTok that are from my TikTok, the TikTok world, and followed me over here and watching this right now. It's different. If you've never been over here watching this stuff, it's interesting. It's a nice change up. It's a nice change up. I do see the relevance of both, though. I really do. They're just different. They're different animals altogether. Like when I do this live, I got to treat it as like a radio. I got to treat it as like a radio show, right? It's crazy. I got multiple screens and OBS, and I got all these formats, and I got to have intros and outros and guests coming on. It's crazy. It's a completely different animal. On TikTok, you're just like, I'm live. Here's a button. I'm live. Here's everybody. Then you just go on your way. It's way less prep. This is an actual job. This is a job over here. So anyway, if you appreciate any of the entertainment, sub. If you haven't subbed, just click that sub button. It's free. And if you continue to like the entertainment, would appreciate a membership. You can go check those out. Helps me keep doing what I'm doing. Full-time job, 2 kids, a house, and it's 1:30 in the morning. I got to get up for work tomorrow. So for the price of a cup of coffee, you can support the channel, help me keep doing what I'm doing monthly. Would be appreciated. Certainly don't have to if you don't want to, but hit the sub for free. Why not? Why not? Also join my Discord. You can find the link in so you can keep up on what's going on the day to day. And there's my shameless plugs. Unlike Nathan, who opened up his arguments, he literally, part of his opening statements to prove flat Earth or disprove TFE was to plug his shit. I mean, the debate should have ended at that point. How do you plug? You're plugging your stuff in your opening comments in your debate? Oh my God. Provide a service, then plug. Lap bars. Did you already fist 25 members? You missed the fisting, lap bars. We can set up a secondary fisting event. But yeah, you did miss the fisting. There were gloves. There was lube. It was an event. Anyway, I'm going to head out. Thank you guys for everything. Appreciate the super chats. Any subs joined, any members, appreciate it. Nobody mentioned, I haven't even mentioned it. I rearranged my room the other day. Actually, I found the solution wasn't too bad. I just moved monitors around so that my monitor is facing my wall. So I don't have to use that damn green screen anymore. I was sick of getting lambasted and made fun of for using my green screen during my lives. Still recovering. Oh, God. You guys are funny. Glad somebody appreciates my humor. You're not going to see MC Toon talking about Nathan whacking his bag all over that RV, all right? You're only going to hear that over here. All right, guys, I'm out. I should have just ended on that. I don't know what to do with my hands, but I will see you. If you follow me, you'll see me when I do my interview on Max's channel later this week. Other than that, I'll see you next Monday. Same time, same place. Thanks, guys. See you.
Sailing off the world's edge in breeze. No gravity, no satellite seas. Just believe in your fantasy. Yell about conspiracies in the night, while we orbit the truth in plain sight. So stubborn, so wrong, it's quite a plight. You